In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I will put the people back in charge of this country again. The people will be back in charge of our country.
It's funny how New York went from trying to ban big gulps to people openly shitting in the street. Just so you know, if the government is allowed to break the law during emergencies, they're just going to keep creating emergencies. Liberals want to make it illegal to display the 10 Commandments in a classroom, but legal to talk to kindergartners about gay sex. Got it. This is your reminder that women's sports is not a transfer portal for mediocre male athletes. I'm really glad I learned about parallelograms instead of how to do taxes. It's really come in handy this parallelogram season. Can you guys fix the roads we pay taxes for? Best we can do is paint rainbows on them. Well, you can forget the Roth IRA. My new retirement plan is to move to Mexico, give up citizenship, come back illegally, and then be set for life.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
To the scene! No, nobody can do it like me. Zoom house plate with the kick cuisine. I was the black top king, 360s in my green machine. I was a kid and I was breaking down doors. Listening to Tribe, now we on a world tour. We gave them hell and now we gonna give them more. JVB, Mighty Morphin like Megazord.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. Today I'm announcing decisive steps that HHS is taking to defend something that is absolutely fundamental in this country, a parent's right to guide their child's health decisions. That right is not optional, it's not negotiable, and under the Trump administration, it will not be ignored. HHS has launched an investigation into a troubling incident in the Midwest. A school administered a federally funded vaccine to a child without the parent's consent and despite a legally recognized state exemption. When any institution, a school, a doctor's office, a clinic, disregards a religious exemption, it doesn't just break trust, it also breaks the law. It fractures the sacred bond between families and the people entrusted with their child's care. And we're not going to tolerate it. The Health Resources and Services Administration is sending a letter to HRSA-supported health center grant recipients, underscoring a simple fact. Federal funding requires compliance with federal and state laws that protect parental rights. Parents have another right that every American should know about, and that's the right of access to their children's health records. HIPAA establishes that right of access. If you have the legal authority to make decisions for your child, then you should have the right to see their records. No delays, no secrets, no excuses. So today we are launching compliance reviews of providers and major healthcare systems to ensure that they give parents timely access to their children's information. In addition, our Office for Civil Rights has issued a letter reminding healthcare providers of their clear legal duty to give parents access to their children's medical records.
Was really Trump being acknowledged as the planetary Pindar?
Yes. Head of the, of course, the first time he went, he signed the ledger in Westminster Abbey for the corporation. That put him in charge of the entire UK funding, all of that stuff, the Crown Corporation. Then now he's the excellency of all of the UK. That means Canada, all of the entire Commonwealth, as they call it. So he's the king of all of that as well.
And we just got some news, and you probably haven't seen this because it just broke. Our own colleague Ken Delaney in MS Now, that Tish James is going to be re-indicted tomorrow, it appears, in Norfolk, Virginia, with a assistant U.S. attorney, I think, being brought in from Missouri to handle the charges. Her indictment, of course, was thrown out because the judge found that Lindsay Halligan, who had been brought in specifically to indict her in Comey, was not actually constitutionally appointed, and therefore the indictment was thrown out, although without prejudice, so they can re-indict. This appears to be one of the areas that there is quite a bit of focus, which is to get revenge on who they want to get revenge on.
Holy shiznit. I'm pretty sure something did just.
And I love the title, This Christmas We Want Justice. So justice comes in many forms. Justice, we want to see arrests. We want to see people, the bad, evil taken out, destroyed, whatever. If they execute them, if they hang them, if they lock them up in prison for the rest, whatever, however that plays out. But justice is also the return of the wealth that they stole from us. And that's the direction that we're heading into the future. It's a beautiful time to be alive, folks. And really, the Q drops allude to that. And the endless, right? What's that beautiful Q drop? And the endless. It's right there in your face.
Absolutely. Well said, brother, man. It's getting exciting. What else there too? Yeah, justice too. Like all the hard work we've done. We've been literally under slave control, and they've been that's siphoning our life force energy, right? Your time, and that's what Tim alludes to all the time. What woke him up right during the pandemic, and many people, right, being home for a while. Because the system was designed to make you work more and more. If anybody's tracked that, wages have barely gone up over time while rent has gone substantially higher and living expenses and groceries and everything else. So, our wages haven't really kept up with that. So people are working twice as much for half the money. They got no time to research things. Again, the news was there to make them zone out, get programmed and stuff. But the lockdown woke up a lot of people. And once you wake them up, you can't go back to sleep, really, right? Once you open that box, you can't close it.
Once the toothpaste is out of the tube, you can't put it back.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that bad guys used to make diamonds out of people? That's insanity. Horrible. But now with all the military tribunals happening, good military is stacking bodies of the bad guys. So let's make diamonds out of the bad guys. Total flip of the cabal. Karma's a biatch. It could be the Adam Schiff diamond or the Hillary Clinton diamond. Just an idea.
Can do for these 4 years, is it something that the next administration, if it's Democrats or Democrats in states that control voting in their own states, is that stuff that they're going to be able to revert just like they did in 2020?
Of course, elections matter and elections have consequences. And the sloppiness of the elections in blue states is no accident. It is on purpose. It is a feature, not a bug. And the goal is to cram as many people on there and make voters who are not particularly engaged, make it easy for someone else to help them fill out their ballot and return it for them when they didn't care enough to do it themselves. And so that is a problem. And we all saw how narrowly we averted H.R. 1 becoming the law in the last election before the turnover of the White House, where Nancy Pelosi was pretty close to getting a national California level standardless voter regime. And that would have been disastrous to election integrity and election confidence. We have other problems with how machine data is handled. You see sloppiness by election officials in many elections in that, and then people don't trust the outcome of these elections. And so we really need to do a much better job here. In the rest of the civilized world, people are able to vote on the same day and get the results in real time that evening, or people use paper ballots and get results quickly. We can do this in this civilized country, but for now, each state will have to come to that conclusion. What we can do at the federal government level is ensure that our federal election laws are observed, and that includes each state's requirement to keep clean voter rolls. That is a fundamental basic, and if we don't have that, then who knows who's voting in our elections, and then no one trusts the outcome.
Initiate an ethics investigation into Congresswoman Omar because of questions about federal tax fraud, federal immigration fraud, federal student loan fraud, and state violations of perjury, bigamy, kickbacks, and acts of campaign fraud abuse in Boston, Washington, New York, Chicago, and Florida. There are also violations of state ethics or of the Minnesota House ethics rules regarding colleges for speeches she gave while she was in partial control of their budgets as a member of the House Higher Education Finance Committee in both 2017 and 2018. She was found guilty of the violations by the Minnesota Campaign Finance Board 3 weeks ago in order to return those funds on June 6th. Ms. Omar appears to be a serial career criminal and should not have access to our nation's highest secrets and intelligence. That is why I'm calling on our Congresswoman Angie Craig to protect both our national security and our respect of the rule of law. Tax fraud, immigration fraud, student loan fraud, perjury, bigamy, kickbacks, and campaign abuse fraud from the East Coast to the Mississippi River. If those charges have been
Early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully.
It's tricky because when I was growing up, if you were homeschooled, you were a total weirdo. But now if you go to public school, you might be with some kids that identify as barn animals. We live in a time where intelligent people are being silenced so that stupid people won't be offended. Aliens are going to be super confused when they show up threatening to overthrow our leaders, and we're all stoked and offer to help. Attention, if you have more than 3 baby daddies, please don't vote. Chances are you're going to pick the wrong man again. Thank you. The same people that said the economy was great under Biden are now preaching that Kamala will fix the economy. I agree, everything should be electric. Let's start with the border wall. If women can be paid less for doing the exact same work, why wouldn't every company just hire women? Okay, it's been 3 years. Shouldn't all of us unvaccinated be dead by now?
Did you know Trump secretly ended one of the world's worst humanitarian crises without anyone knowing? In late 2019, while mainstream media focused on impeachment drama, Trump was quietly orchestrating unprecedented diplomacy. He bypassed the entire State Department and personally flew to Riyadh for a classified 48-hour summit. Just him and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, face to face. For years, the Yemen conflict had raged with devastating civilian casualties, but Trump secured what no previous administration could achieve: Saudi withdrawal from key provinces, guaranteed humanitarian corridors, and billions committed to rebuilding funds. The meeting was so secret that even top officials were kept in the dark. Within months, civilian casualties dropped dramatically across the region, yet somehow this diplomatic victory never made headlines. While critics claimed he couldn't handle foreign policy, Trump was personally negotiating peace deals. Sometimes the most important victories happen in complete silence.
Federal officers just uncovered one of the biggest immigration fraud operations in years. And almost half the cases they checked were fake. Okay, so since September 19th, federal officers have been running a mass fraud operation sweep across Minneapolis-St. Paul, targeting over 900 people. They have done more than 1,000 site visits, and guess what? Nearly half the cases showed fraud or national security flags. We're talking fake marriages, visa overstays, forged documents, even people claiming to work at companies that don't even exist. One guy was literally the son of a terrorist on a no-fly list. Another paid $100 for a fake death certificate to pretend he wasn't married, while his real wife and 5 kids live here, and another wife with 3 kids in Sweden. And get this, some of it ties back to the Uniting for Ukraine program, where people were sponsoring hundreds of migrants each. One sponsor alone filed for over 100 people. This is not just a paperwork issue, it is a national security issue. If half the cases in one city are fraudulent, imagine what's happening across the country. This wasn't just one small mistake, this was a system built to be abused.
And to the Christians out there that voted for Donald Trump, if Jesus, Mary, and Joseph showed up at your door, would you let them in, or would you say, show me your papers?
Listen, sweetheart, the last time someone showed up at my door in the middle of the night, it was the electric company because a tree had fallen over in my backyard, knocking over some power lines. And you know what? I still opened the door with a loaded gun in my hands. You can bet your sweet if 3 strangers showed up to my door in the middle of the night, the first thing I am doing is getting my gun. The second thing I am doing is calling the police. And the third thing I am doing is not opening that door. Now, I know that was supposed to be like a gotcha moment, and you're trying to imply that the Christian thing to do is to embrace illegal immigration. However, embracing illegal immigration also means embracing human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, gang activity, violent crime, and the list goes on. Anyways, if you feel so convicted, then by all means, open your door and take a family in. Otherwise, go ahead and shut up, because it is not the taxpayer's responsibility to clothe, house, feed, and otherwise support people who don't belong here.
All right, you guys, it's happening. It's happening. Everybody stay calm. After yesterday's episode, where we went kind of for the jugular with Turning Point USA, because really, I think everybody in the entire world has had enough with the non-response, trying to move on, trying to gaslight us on answering basic details. So we just went for it. And guess what? Turning Point has moved to formally respond to all the things that we have said. And after a very long diatribe in which they wildly misrepresent the public and global investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination, they at long last issued a public invitation or a challenge. I'm not sure what it is, but I accept. Okay. Quite literally, all we have ever asked for were sensible answers to our basic questions about what transpired on September 10th. And it looks like we're going to get those things. So major win. I am excited. Also, later on in the show, what I have for you is The Game, whose rapper is releasing a song that is entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens.
Socialism has failed every time it's been tried, and I'm going to give you the 5 unarguable reasons why it always collapses. Stay until reason number 1. It's the lie they use to sell the whole system. Number 5, the knowledge problem. Socialism demands central planners know everything about a complex economy. What to produce, where to ship it. They can't, because no single committee is smarter than millions of free citizens. Number 4, the incentives problem. When the government guarantees your basic needs, the incentive to work, innovate, or take risks vanishes. If success is punished and failure is subsidized, why try? Number 3, the cronyism problem. Central planning always leads to corruption. The elite class that controls the system steers resources, jobs, and wealth to their friends and political allies. This is power, not equality. Number 2, the property problem. Socialism requires the state to seize private property. When you don't own the product of your labor, you cease to be a free citizen and become an economic subject of the state. And here is the final, most devastating reason why the whole system fails. Number 1, the human nature lie. The single greatest reason socialism fails is that it requires you to believe people are naturally selfless, while simultaneously trusting that the people in power will be perfectly altruistic. This is the lie that sinks every socialist experiment. If you stand against the lie of socialism, drop a comment with the number 1. Join the 1776 crew and hit follow right now.
There's nowhere you can hide anymore.
People say, I care about my real life. I don't want to sacrifice for politics. Politics isn't real. Touch grass, get married, have some kids, forget about the world. You can't go and leave it all behind. There's nowhere in this country you can go and leave it all behind. There's pockets, but they're rapidly disappearing. Everywhere you look, everywhere you go, it touches everything. And guess what? You have kids, it doesn't matter how far you go, it's going to find them too. Our country being turned into this non-white, degenerate cesspit, it's going to affect your kids more than you, wherever they are.
When Jesus, in another scripture in Mark, was confronted with demon-possessed people, he said, "What is your name?" He said, "My name is Legion, because we are many." Now, this is a really important question for a lot of Christians, which is, are we understanding correctly that what's happening in our country and our nation around us is a spiritual battle, not a material battle? We must understand that. And that we have been given the tools and we've been given the gift through Jesus Christ, where victory in the spiritual domain is ours because it's Jesus's. And I know someone here today is experiencing spiritual battle. If you are experiencing spiritual battle and you're doing pretty well in those three things, that means you're doing something consequential enough that Satan is going to try to use his limited resources to come after you. Satan is not everywhere. Let me say that again. He is not everywhere. That's why when I go to San Francisco, I feel a spiritual heaviness. Seriously. That's when I go to South Dakota. I don't. It says in the Bible that certain cities will have principalities of darkness. That's why certain nations, you ever go to Haiti? Woo, lots of spiritual heaviness. New York, forget it. I literally almost collapsed once in New York after giving a message. It's so spiritually heavy. That's a very real thing for those of you. Now, for those of you, though, that say, Charlie, this spiritual mumbo jumbo, I don't get it. You ready to be challenged? Maybe you're not doing something consequential enough for Satan doesn't take you seriously.
The man operating the auto pen, and I'm sure there are more than one, because I think some of the people can operate it themselves. Some of the high-level people operate it themselves. They would just go in and sign his name with an auto pen onto very important documents, not only pardons, but policy, maybe CAFE standards, okay, as an example. Who signed CAFE? If you ask Biden what's a CAFE standard, he would have absolutely no idea. He'd say, where is the CAFE located? The guy didn't know anything. Thank you very much. Wow. This is a nice building, I have to tell you. So this is a special occasion for a lot of reasons, but number one is it's our first occasion in this building using it for peace. And it's all about peace, and it's a great honor. And Marco, you've done a fantastic job in getting it ready, but it's a spectacular building, and we all appreciate it. And very importantly, we're settling a war that's been going on for decades with millions and millions of people killed. And these two gentlemen spent a lot of time backstage talking to each other, and over at the Oval Office. We were at the Oval Office together. It was beautiful. And I think it's just a very important day. Than any country anywhere in the world at this stage of the game, and I think we probably broke all records before you even get close. And you have a big event on Friday at the Trump Kennedy Center. At the Kennedy Center. Pardon me, I've such a terrible mistake, Marco. At the Kennedy Center.
It's a really important improvement for U.S. customers. What you should know is that this is a victory for affordability and common sense. As the president said, we will be able to offer more affordability on our popular models, and we'll be able to launch new vehicles built in America that are more affordable because of this rule change. Frankly, CAFE was totally out of touch with the market reality. We were forced to sell EVs and other vehicles. We're not going back to gas guzzlers. We have a lot of EVs and a lot of hybrids at Ford. But now customers get a chance to choose what they want not buy what we force on them.
So now they're trying to ban plastic lids, but they give drug addicts all the plastic syringes they want? Interesting. It's sad that your average fast food restaurant has more regulations than an abortion clinic. Let's hope nothing as horrible as 9/11 ever happens again. But if it does, can we not honor the victims by invading a country that has nothing to do with it? Can someone track down the women Kamala Harris says are bleeding out in parking lots because Roe v. Wade was overturned? Don't hold your breath. Why did Taylor Swift, the self-proclaimed childless cat lady, endorse Kamala when Trump's the one protecting cats from Haitian migrants? Why is a TV show about drag queens rated MA for mature audiences? I thought drag shows were supposed to be appropriate for children. Liberal love is crazy. She won't take your last name, but she'll take half your shit in the divorce.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States. At real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
Now America is once again at a moment of reckoning.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. We will make America great again.
President-elect.
Well, it's alright, riding around in the breeze. Well, it's alright, if you live the life you please. Well, it's alright, doing the best you can. Well, it's alright, as long as you lend a hand. You
can sit around and wait for the phone to ring, waiting for someone to tell you everything. Sit around and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Maybe a diamond ring.
Well, it's alright, even if they say you're wrong. Well, it's alright, sometimes you gotta be strong. Well, it's alright, as long as you got somewhere to lay. Well, it's alright, every day is Judgment Day.
Maybe somewhere down the road away, you'll think of me and wonder where I am these days. Maybe somewhere down the road when somebody plays Purple Haze.
Well, it's alright, even when push comes to shove. Well, it's alright, if you got someone to love. Well, it's alright, everything will work out fine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line.
Don't have to be ashamed of the car I drive. I'm just glad to be here, happy to be alive. And it don't matter if you're by my side, I'm satisfied.
Well, it's alright, even if you're old and gray. Well, it's alright, you still got something to say. Well, it's alright, remember to live and let live. Well, it's alright, best you can do is forgive. Well, it's alright, riding around on the breeze. Well, it's alright, if you live the life you please. Well, it's alright, even if the sun don't shine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line.
Good evening and God bless you, Patriots, and welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's been an incredibly challenging day, I have to say. After I got off the show last night, I had kind of a bad night personally, just some health-related issues, and it wasn't a fun night, but when I woke up this morning, I was in a really great mood, and then something kind of triggered me when I was watching Jerry this morning and heard him talking about what I assume Juan had told him. He said somebody important texted him that there was a bunker being built under the ballroom for the coming scare event, and it kind of irritated me in a way at the time because, I was thinking about everybody's plight and everything and thinking of what could be coming. And I'm like, I don't want our president hiding in a bunker. I want him out here with us, leading, but there's always more to every story. And so I didn't let it bother me too much. I responded to some things on Truth Social that I probably should have thought about a little longer, but I know a lot of you here today, you're hungry, and I wish I could fill you up with a great meal with all of us here tonight. And the best I can do is try and fill you with some positivity and ask that people on this side of things have a little heart and consider the situation that some people are in. It's not like living in a small town. You can snap your fingers and get a job. And they say, well, you can go volunteer. They allow you to volunteer. But we're talking about elderly people here that were on SNAP, more or less to supplement their minuscule Social Security that they get. They shouldn't be working. They shouldn't even have to be out volunteering. And I have a problem with that. And there's a lot of people out there that are just running their big mouths. Oh, all the bums out there are off the SNAP program. And it's like, don't talk about things you don't understand. Unless you've been homeless or been to one of these situations, you should just shut the fuck up. Okay, now we got that out of the way. Then you had, of course, the pipe bomber getting arrested, which was a big WTF for everybody, right? What do you think? Is Blaze Media getting called out for putting out a fake story? I mean, we hear this story that there's this woman that appears to be the pipe bomber, and then we see him arresting a black man when we awake this morning. And if that didn't piss you off, I don't know what would, probably. But it sort of pissed me off, because now I have to sit and think, well, who's lying? Is it Blaze Media? Is it Kash Patel and his FBI? It went from being some kind of Democrat operative doing this to just some random black guy that lives at home with his mother that doesn't even have any crimes in the past, So fucking irritating, wasn't it? And then, I'm starting to think more about what Kim Clement said. We'll shake the Democrats and we'll shake the Republicans harder. Do you think we're going to start transitioning to, and obviously as well, that people from Trump's first administration went down and turned out to be a bunch of assholes, like Mike Pompeo or Mike Pence. So are we going to see people go down in Trump's administration? Will that be part of that near-death experience, watching the people we thought were good guys that were going to bring us justice go down? I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this. It's interesting, though. And we will get back to the pipe bomber at some minute. Why are we being played? Well, that's a hard question to answer. It's more like, in my opinion, who's playing us. But yeah, I guess why comes into it. Why? For what reason? And we can answer some of those reasons, but ultimately, we've got some issues. We've got some scumbags still. And there was a video there in the intro from Gene Decode, and I've got a little longer piece of it I want to show you. Let's listen to this real quick.
Explain a little more about who the Pindar is and why the British monarch?
Yeah, absolutely. What happened is King Charles abdicated to him. And it's because he is, as he said, he was an insider, and he actually is royalty. He goes back to the Drumpf, D-R-U-M-P-F, the Drumpf family. He is royalty, going from Scotland over to Bavaria, and the Drumpf family. And that goes into Tesla's, time traveling and Baron von Trump and all of that, setting that all up for this to happen so that he would become His Excellency. And then, of course, Baron is a big part of that. And then that's also tied to Snowden and of course, to Baron Trump. So there's a lot of interconnections and time traveling going on to set this all up with Tesla and, of course, Tesla's connection to the Trump family and, Trump's uncles and those things. So there's a lot of interconnection. So he is actually in the line of royalty and elite and an insider as well. And so it's just like you're changing. It's like David Blair said, there's two elite factions, and one is wanting totalitarian dictatorship and the other wants freedom for humanity and a golden age. And so that's the one that Trump is leading, and that is now won the war. All that's left is the cleanup.
See, it's hard to understand in a way. Probably you could take it wrong because there's always been two factions as we see it, but always working together. And now we're supposed to see this third faction that really wants to make peace on her. Fine. They call Trump the Pindar, like he's the earthly representative or something, Isn't that kind of funky? I thought it was an odd little video. Just wanted to show it to you. All right, let's get into some things here, because there's a lot of new odd stuff today. Just like I said there would be. Hey, there's John F. Kennedy Jr. wearing cowboy boots. Pretty sure I know somebody else that wears cowboy boots like that all the time and likes to show them off, put his feet up. I think I did an interview with him about a month ago, even though he's currently not seemingly responding to my text messages about your book, Clista, but oh well. Busy man. I'm sure a lot of people are texting him. And this I thought was interesting. This one's for you, Chris. This is last year's official White House ornament. The anchor. The anchor holds, buddy. Certainly does. Tina Peters, of course. Trump mentioned her. The sleazebag governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, refuses to allow an elderly woman, Tina Peters, who was unfairly convicted of what the Democrats do, cheating on elections, out of jail. She was convicted for trying to stop Democrats from stealing Colorado votes in the election. She was preserving election records, which she was obligated to do under federal law. She's now served more than 1 year in jail and has 8 years to go. On top of everything else, she is a cancer survivor. This lightweight governor is allowed his state to go to hell. Trinde Aragua, anyone, should be ashamed of himself. So, I look at this two ways. I'm starting to wonder. Clearly, they're dragging this out for your attention. Otherwise, they would just act, right? They would just act or stop talking about it or something. So I see this one of two ways. Either they're really using this as a way to try and make Republicans look at election fraud, which we're already very clear and aware of, or she's going to die in prison, or it's going to look like she dies in prison, because I don't think she's in prison, my personal belief, but and they're going to martyr the woman. I don't know, doesn't it feel like that they're going to like martyr her to piss people off or something? Did any of you get that feeling, or is it just me? I know I talk in reality talk, and I talk in fake reality talk. It's hard to understand. Either way, they still want people to call the White House on her behalf between 3 and 10 Eastern time. That's the number there. Should you feel the desire to do so. It's also running at the bottom of the screen. I get it. I talk like no other podcaster is willing to do right now. There's a few of them, one or two that'll push it this direction, but most of them are going right along with the narrative, and that's fine, but I can't do that. And I apologize if that's problematic to people, but I don't work that way. I don't operate that way. Trump posts, I'm dealing with the poisoning of America today. Some people thought that it connected to today's Delta. One of them, the Red Cross is corrupt and used as a piggy bank. A future topic. Diseases created by families in power for population control and to make money off pharma. Billions. Think AIDS. Fly, Ross, fly. So that could be it. It could be. Could have to do more with RFK Jr.'s vaccine meetings or something else. We shall see. We'll look at all that. But that's that there. Hi, Disco. Good to see ya. This is a post from War Correspondent. Alex Carr's company Palantir is changing course and taking on a key role in ICE deportations through its own immigration OS. This is another important disclosure. It shows you Palantir is now in the hands of the White Hats. Should have known that anyway, if you've been paying attention, but yeah, that kind of helps push it a little bit more in that direction. That, yeah, the AI companies have submitted. Here's a funny thing. You always hear them say, when you hear someone say that they're not running for re-election, that means they've submitted, right? Right? Well, Trump said he's not running for re-election. Maybe he submitted. I don't know. I'm just, it's one of those days, Seditionist Maggie Goodlander, the ringleader of the Seditious Six, was running the classified documents operation against President Trump. As a result, the declassified Crossfire Hurricane and Hillary plan documents were reclassified and seized in the Mar-a-Lago raid, which led to President Trump being indicted under the Espionage Act. Kash Patel in 2023 said that Maggie Goodlander is a national security and senior advisor to Merrick Garland, the #1 government gangster. As the wife of Jake Sullivan, the current national security advisor, well, at that time in 2023, is advising Merrick Garland on the legality and national security implications of both these classified document investigations. Not a coincidence that this lady is out there manhunting documents. She's running the investigation, she being the wife of Jake Sullivan. Not a coincidence. The biggest Hillary Clinton night in the world is in the White House. Susan Rice running this operation. That was when Biden was in office, or 2023. So, yeah, one of the seditionists had a bigger role there in running documents on Trump that led to him getting in trouble. Here's this little thing here, 0.3% APR interest replaces and eliminates all property taxes. That would be nice, right? I guess. A lot of people can't think about owning property. One more Franklin book. Franklin meets Pepe. That's a good one. We'll keep that one. The old Minnesota flag and the new Minnesota flag starting to look a lot like Somalia there, aren't they? Even Oklahoma is starting to change up a little bit. Azerbaijan, at least in some people's views. Tonight is the last super full moon of 2025. It will appear closer, brighter, and higher overhead than almost any full moon we'll see again until 2042. Interesting. We'll get to news in a minute. We're almost there. Princess Diana once donned a disguise, an army jacket, a leather cap, and aviator sunglasses to go to a bar with Freddie Mercury. She played dress up too. Go figure. And Minnesota. The case is just getting worse for Tim Walz. With billions stolen from Minnesota, there should be a full financial audit of Tim Walz and Keith Ellison. Do you think some of that money found its way to them or their family? Of course it did. Voter fraud case in Minnesota shows Somalian communities were targeted to register fake voters for Democrats. Fraudulent voter registration applications were submitted to election officials in offices in 13 Minnesota counties, all funded by taxpayers. The two were paid by an unnamed foundation to help register votes. A foundation tied to Somali nonprofits. Gee, we've heard that before. And then the ringer. Funds embezzled from Crime Stoppers of Minnesota and the Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce were funneled to Tim Walz's campaign over 2 years starting in 2021. Telling you, it's only a matter of time, Mr. Walz. And you can be in prison next to your school shooter friends. And hopefully that'll make you happy. These are kind of important today, and we'll get to the bigger story of this in a little bit. A whistleblower from the Venezuelan military intel services just revealed that the CIA is apparently outsourcing its election manipulation software and voting machine, Smartmatic, from Venezuela to several countries, including the U.S., which you've known for a while anyway. Various sources have been reporting this for years. For anyone following developments, this is nothing new, but now it's been confirmed by an internal source. Do you really believe that everything happening in and around Venezuela is just about drug trafficking and the country's resources? Don't forget that everything is complex. It's more than about the election, too. A lot more. It's about Joe Biden having gang members sent up here to steal the country. It's about adrenochrome. It's about nasty things. Narco-terrorism, Tren de Aragua, counter-intel, and espionage against the U.S., and, of course, Smartmatic in your elections. Hugo Carvalho Barrios. And we'll look at this more in a little bit. Candace. Ryan Mata claims that Turning Point USA could attempt to assassinate Candace Owens, suggesting methods ranging from tampering with her car or electronic devices to even invoking ideas like weather manipulation. Candace, of course, offered to take the Turning Point challenge. So Blake Neff says the live stream we announced on the show Wednesday's been set 4 p.m., 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th. A collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all. Prior to the opening of America Fest, we'll be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she's welcome to do so. Well, that sounds like a good way to get yourself killed if you got people that want to kill you. You know, the more I think about my dream of the tiny little owl watching me, I think there's some evil people keeping an eye on what I do, even though I have a tiny audience. It's not the way they like things done. I don't think they like people like me. So Candace responded to that even and said, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and chose to instead tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? But let's lock it in. So it sounds like she's going to be going. She added that she's happy to jump on Charlie's show any day before then, virtually as well. We could do it today even. It'll be interesting. We'll have to see what kind of debate they've got going on. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. I had a pretty rough night. Felt like another heart-related issue. President Trump has ordered flags to be flown at half staff until sunset in memory of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. I know that kind of doesn't matter now because it's dark out, but just wanted to point that out of respect, of course. And this, last but not least, Governor Tim Walz tells people to stop driving by his house and calling him a retard. I don't know if that's real news. They reported it like real news. Maybe it is. Maybe he did say that. People driving by calling him retarded wouldn't altogether surprise me. Of course, the Republicans sound like they're all staying on military bases at this point, so I'm not trying to be a dick to any side guys or smart ass or anything. And I think you guys understand that. I think you know that I'm just pretty much feeling what you're all feeling and trying to make sense of some confusing things all at the same time. Let's look at this. Maduro said he had a conversation with President Trump about 10 days ago, calling the dialogue respectful. I'll show you what the small little report said.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has confirmed that he held a phone conversation with U.S. President Donald Trump late last month, a disclosure that comes as a growing U.S. military buildup near Venezuela has reignited fears of potential conflict. Speaking to state broadcaster Venezolana de Televisión on Wednesday, Maduro said he chose to go public with the information only after international media began reporting on the contact. He stressed that the call was cordial, adding that he wanted to avoid what he called microphone diplomacy.
Isn't that kind of interesting, don't you think? He says, I chose not to mention the call until it had already hit the media. Why? Why? Why is that? Is it because him and Trump are working together and have some kind of operation all lined up? Oh, I'm sure some people think this military buildup is actually real, but, you know, day by day, it just looks more and more like an act. Speaking of the act, Venezuelans are rallying their troops.
President Donald Trump and U.S. military leaders are reportedly considering land strike options in Venezuela, which has mobilized 200,000 troops. Colombia and the UK have raised legal and humanitarian concerns, impacting intelligence sharing. The USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, accompanied by guided missile destroyers and aircraft, has entered U.S. Southern Command's.
Even if it were real, I think our 15,000 American soldiers could take their 200,000. Or you think they're trying to give me a heart attack on purpose? It could be. I am only 40 years old, but man, I'll tell you what, I think people get this thought in their head that, oh, I'd love to just pass in my sleep comfortably from a heart attack. Let me tell you something. They're not comfortable. It's extremely painful. Extremely painful. Extremely painful. Not at all pleasant. The Maduro PSYOP. People are even talking about it, not just me. He agrees to the terms of his surrender, all a scripted reenactment, which includes U.S. military action to dismantle the cartels. Trump posts a video on Truth Social, Maduro saying that he's turned state's evidence, revealing that Biden asked the Venezuelan government to ship drugs and gang members into the U.S. A jailed former Venezuelan spy chief wrote a letter on December 2nd saying, Maduro's government works with drug cartels to flood the U.S. with drugs and gangs. They created Smartmatic voting software to steal elections in Venezuela and later sent it to the U.S. to rig American elections, too. We are watching the rollout of a sting operation. Maduro will very likely be a key figure in exposing 2020. Conspiracy to steal the election in exchange for USG permission to expand narco operations in America. It's all connected. You hope someone's helping me through this. God's helping me through that. That's about all I got, you know. I used to debate all the time when I was younger. I know this sounds odd. And I was lucky enough to accept Jesus into my heart at the age of 10, all by total accident, really. When I was 10 in fourth grade, we had what was called kindergarten buddies, where we were teamed up with a kindergartner, like whatever. And I lived out in the middle of nowhere, but one day my kindergarten buddy and his father show up at my front door, right? And they asked me if I want to go to church with them. And I went to church anyway, but I went to this kind of like Sunday school, just teach you with these little pieces of paper and this kind of crap. And they took me, and that night they asked, you know, everyone to close their eyes and accept Jesus into their heart, which I did. And I remember some older kids next to me saying, hey, did you do it? No, I didn't do it. I'm too cool for that. I did it, and it played a big part in my life for a long time. And, you know, I struggled with things back and forth, but I always came back to it. And some people wonder, do you pray to God? Do you pray to Jesus? I think you pray to God. I think you pray to God, but that's my opinion. So, top Venezuelan official turns state's evidence. Let's take a look at this story for a minute, because it's probably going to be important down the line. In an explosive development that connects multiple national security threats, Hugo Carvalho Barrios, a former three-star Venezuelan general and director of military intel, has issued a sweeping confession from federal prison that validates President Trump's aggressive stance towards the Nicolás Maduro regime. Carvalho's testimony arrives as the Trump admin escalates military operations against Venezuelan drug traffickers, with the president announcing this week that strikes will soon expand from maritime targets to land-based operations. We know every route, we know every house, Trump declared. The timing is significant. Carvalho's statement reveals the Venezuelan regime operates as what the general calls the Cartel of the Suns, a state-sponsored criminal enterprise designed to weaponize drugs and other tools against America. Former Michigan Senator Patrick Colbeck characterized the general statement as turning state's evidence. His statement declares, I absolutely support President Trump's policy towards Venezuela because it is in self-defense and he is acting based on the truth. The regime I served is not merely hostile, it is at war with you, using drugs, gangs, espionage, and your own democratic processes as weapons. President Trump's policies against the Maduro criminal regime are not just justified, but necessary and proportionate to the threat. Since 2021, over 250,000 Americans have died from overdoses, predominantly from fentanyl. Yeah. here's the thing. It's about time they point out that our government played a role, because our government did play a role in bringing those drugs in the country that killed Americans and destroyed lives. So that's why I get upset when people complain about all these bums on the food cart. You know, they destroyed our middle class on purpose. They put you on that food cart on purpose. They put the drugs in the hands of your children on purpose. And they laughed while they overdosed. I think this is pretty significant, really, and I know we heard this like a week or so back, but this is a new update. Same thing, basically. Melania Trump announcing that several children were rescued in Ukraine and reunited with their families. Well, who rescued them? First of all, right? Who rescued the kids in Ukraine? I thought Russia was just over there just killing everybody, right? Isn't that what the news says? Oh, maybe that's not what's happening over there. Maybe there's not a war over there at all. Maybe it's just Russia rescuing children, tearing down bio labs, and closing up tunnels. Who would have thought? Oh, it started long before the heroin, but Obama was part of it. You know, the Bush family owned a railroad that brought drugs up from the Central America. It brought them up into Houston, and then it dropped more drugs off in Kansas City, and then it dropped more drugs off in Chicago, the Bush train. So they've all been involved with it. The Clintons were involved with it. You all know about that as well. Laundering $100 million a month in cocaine money. Sick freaking people is what they are. But Melania's telling you right there, we're rescuing kids over there. You want to believe it or not? It's right in front of your face. So, awesome announcement, in my opinion. Putin doing his thing, still letting the world know we don't want to engage. We don't want war. We just want to talk about peace. You know, we should talk, not try and obstruct the talks. Doing his thing like he's supposed to do. He was also in New Delhi today talking to Prime Minister Modi about these peace plans, or the peace plan that everyone's trying to work on. And yeah, I can't remember if he said anything here or not. I think he said some stuff.
Sir came to power, he said that he would do everything for the sake of peace, that he would sacrifice everything, even his career, for the sake of peace. But as you can see in hindsight, it all looks different. Just as his predecessors, he began to be guided not by Ukrainian interests, by the interests of a very small group of radical nationalists, and he's basically serving their interests.
He's talking about Zelensky there, of course, a man that acted like he would do anything for peace, and here it is, being served up on the table for him. But now, he doesn't want peace. That's because his European counterparts are pulling his strings, and it's all scripted too. He's an actor, she's an actor, they're actors, another actor being scripted along. You'll see it all happen, I'm sure. On top of that, you know, Zelensky was in Ireland the other day, and then this little accusation came out that some drones tried to attack his plane as he left Ireland.
4 military drones breached a no-fly zone and flew towards Volodymyr Zelensky's plane as it came into land during his visit to Ireland. Zelensky's flight landed in Dublin ahead of schedule. However, if it had been on time, the drones would have been directly in the flight path of the plane. Before zooming towards the Ukrainian leader's aircraft, the mystery UAVs circled an Irish Navy vessel that was deployed specially for the state visit.
Well, did they get the drones or what? Do you think a drone loaded with explosives could take down a plane? I don't know. Not sure. I'm sure it could do some damage. But I'm guessing it's all made up. Because that's what Zelensky does. That's what Ukraine does. They make things up. They destroy their own pipelines. They blow up their own buildings. They kill their own children, all for the show. And yeah, Zelensky probably wants more cocaine. Him and Bill Clinton would have been great together. I mean, if he was in office when Clinton was in office, they would have been best friends, for sure. Probably butt buddies on top of that. Get this weird story, guys. This is so weird. Weirder than you're going to think. So there was supposed to have been an earthquake in Nevada today, right? Last night, this 6.0 earthquake. And then they came out and said, no. That didn't even happen. It was just a false detection. Machines falsely said there was an earthquake, but there wasn't an earthquake. And yet, there were reports as far as away as California that said, well, we felt it. We felt the earthquake. What do you mean there wasn't an earthquake? So let's look at this.
Welcome back, everyone. We are following breaking news of an earthquake that has happened in Nevada. Now, the reports from the USGS initially had this happening in Nevada, right, over the line with California. If you look at the USGS website now, Mike, as I just mentioned to you during the commercial break, it's not showing on there right now, but there are reports coming into our newsroom of people in Calaveras County in the foothills saying they did feel remnants of this earthquake this morning.
Yeah, so the preliminary reading was a 5.9 earthquake. This is just east of Dayton, south of Reno, right there. You see it right there on the map.
So people reported, hey, we felt the earthquake. But then they came out and said it didn't happen.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. We do have an update now. The USGS just put out an official correction on their website regarding that 5.9 earthquake that they had registered right near Reno and Carson City, Nevada. They say the event did not occur, and it's been deleted from the USGS website, as well as the data feeds. And the USGS says it is working to understand the cause of that false alert.
Okay. Yep. We obviously want to keep you updated because we know a lot of you were.
So something triggered the machines, triggered the alert. The people claim they felt, yet the USGS says it didn't happen. Who knows? Oh, Mike, you don't know who Juan is or isn't, so don't tell people what to believe. I hate it when people say, he's not this, I know that. You don't know shit about shit. Sorry. So, we knew there was a situation with the, what do you guys think about the earthquake, by the way? I should ask. Underground explosions, it's probably the first thought. We knew there was a situation that changed with the G20, that changed it from being in South Africa to suddenly being in the United States in Miami. And what they didn't say was, South Africa had decided to hand it over to the United States to handle, which afterwards Trump turned around and said that South Africa might not be welcome at the G20 in Miami, which, as you can guess, made South Africa kind of upset. Like, what the fuck? So let me show you what Ramaphosa said.
Earlier this week, we formally handed over the G20 presidency for 2026 to the United States, observing the appropriate diplomatic protocols. A few days ago, President Donald Trump made a statement to the effect that South Africa would not be invited to participate in the G20 in the United States. He repeated untrue statements about genocide against Afrikaners and the confiscation of land from white people in our country. We must make it clear that South Africa is one of the founding members of the G20, and South Africa is therefore a member of the G20 in its own name and right. We will.
So Trump, he says that they're killing white farmers there. Ramaphosa says that's not happening. Sort of like the Nigerian president saying they're not killing any Christians here. He did kind of come out a little while after and change his statement a tiny bit.
The United States has said that South Africa will not be invited. We have not seen that in writing yet. We've just heard the media publications. We are yet to receive it in writing, and we will deal with that when it comes. We are, as South Africa, a fully fledged member of the G20, and we have held a very successful.
It's not even it's not even official yet, so he's kind of jumping the gun on that. But what do you think President Trump should do? It was nice of them to hand it over. It seemed odd to me that they did when they didn't have to do. I could see why Trump would not want people who won't even admit to something that's happening in the country. I kind of get it, but it's a weird situation, isn't it? Yeah. Moving forward. Oh, God, the pipe bomb. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning. Here's the first pictures of your pipe bomber. Brian Cole Jr., the white female bomber. No. He, yeah. J6 was a MAGA white supremacist insurrection, according to the Democrats and media. I'd like you to meet leftist Brian Cole, the J6 pipe bomber, the face of MAGA white supremacy. That's him with his mother and brother there, who he lives with. He doesn't have any criminal record. I guess he just decided it was time for one, huh? So what is this? Who's lying? Who's bullshitting us? Who is stirring things up? The Blaze Media, I don't know, is that connected to the Blaze guy that runs George Magazine? I don't know. I'm asking. Let me look it up real quick, actually. Because it's important. Because a lot of people have said the people that run George Magazine now are fakes, frauds, phonies. And in that respect, if it is the same Blaze, then maybe that's true. Or do you trust what Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are saying? Who do you trust on this one? That's the question. Let's see. I know it was Glenn Beck that said this. I can't. Blaze Media. I can't tell. Blaze Media. I don't know. I don't know if that's the same Blaze. I think it is, but Beck sold Blaze. Well, what do you guys think of Glenn Beck then? Let's start there. Do you trust Glenn Beck? Hey, Randall, good to see you. Carrie Mullis, science conveniently dead on it. Interesting, Jim. All right, moving forward here. Where are we? So, Kash Patel confirmed the female ex-Capitol police officer Shawnee Ray Kirchhoff implicated as the pipe bomber is false. Interesting. Blaze Media broke the story around November 8th that Shauna was a forensic match to the pipe bomber. 26 days later, the FBI, after 5 years, turned up a suspect, which is weird. And of course, if you saw it, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel said, we didn't come up with any new evidence. It was just always sitting there. They always knew this guy placed the bomb. And because he was a Democrat and allegedly has connections to Antifa, Christopher Wray, running the FBI at the time, didn't want to release it. And so it's just been sitting there all this time. If that's the truth, if you really believe that, why did it take this long in President Trump's second term to address it? I mean, I know they're busy, but if it's just been sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. It's really weird, isn't it? Let me show you what they claim they have on this guy. It connects him to this. Financial records show that Cole bought bomb components, galvanized pipes, end caps, 9-volt battery connectors, kitchen timers, electrical wire, and steel wool from Northern Virginia stores between May 2019 and January 2021, matching the device's specifications. Cell phone records place his phone near the sites from 7:30 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. on January 5th. License plate readers captured his vehicle nearby. Height analysis from the video estimates the suspect at 5'7". FBI lab confirmed the bombs as destructive devices. Were they? I thought they were fake. I thought they said they were fake bombs. Now they're real bombs? I don't know. Did I mess that up? And then, of course, this, where Julie Kelly suspects that he has ties to Antifa and that FBI Director Wray covered it up. I want to show you a couple things on this. I'll show you the quick story, but I'm sure you've all seen that. And I want to show you what Bannon says.
Good morning and welcome into News 4 Midday. I'm Mauricio Casillas. We want to get straight to that breaking news. The FBI says it has arrested a suspect connected to pipe bombs planted in D.C. the night before the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. This marks a breakthrough in a local case that has stymied investigators for years. We want to get to News 4's Juliana Valencia, who joins us live this morning in Prince William County. Juliana, what's going on there, and what can you tell us about what we've learned about the suspect?
Hey, Mauricio, this arrest, it is a major breakthrough in the case. 2 senior law enforcement sources tell us the suspect is Brian Cole, and he was arrested early this morning according to an FBI official. We're in Prince William County because it seems he was arrested here. You can see 2 Prince William County police officers blocking the entrance to Manor House Court. You can't get a very good look from here, but I'm told that FBI investigators are down at the bottom of this street, and a check on property records indicate that a man by that name, Brian Cole, owns a home in this cul-de-sac. Now, let me remind you what happened back in 2021. So according to federal investigators, it was the night before January 6th Capitol siege that an individual placed a pipe bomb near the Democratic National Committee headquarters and another near the Republican National Committee headquarters. The FBI has said the pipe bombs, which were discovered on January 6th, about 15 hours after they were placed, were viable devices that could have seriously injured or killed bystanders. The Bureau has said investigators have conducted more than 1,000 interviews and reviewed tens of thousands of video files.
Yeah. Kamala Harris right there. Doesn't it seem kind of dumb? I mean, he would have almost have blown up his own candidate, you know? Didn't they say he placed one by the RNC and the DNC or whatever, both headquarters? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. after this Tylenol kicks in, maybe I'll remember it. I'm kidding. But let me show you what Bannon and Julie Kelly had to say.
This is a huge development that, of course, your audience and all of us have been waiting for. This was an investigation that was very aggressively pursued early on under Chris Wray's FBI. And then we are told towards February, March of 2021, it just went away. And maybe we will find out exactly why, despite troves of evidence, interviews, pursuit of, what this individual on January 5th was wearing, trying to track down where those items were purchased. Then all of a sudden just went stone cold. As you know, Cash and Dan made this a priority. They have devoted new resources, new investigative tools to this cold case. And it appears a man from Virginia, NBC News is reporting his name as Brian Cole, could be tied to Antifa. Another media outlet is reporting. I cannot confirm that independently.
You make a good point there, Texas. A kitchen timer that can only be set for an hour. It's a good point. Good point I didn't think of. If you use the kitchen timer and you can only set it for an hour, why didn't it go off? They were said to have sat there for a long time, right? Why didn't they go off? If they're working bombs like Kash Patel says. Are we going to find out that Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are crooked liars like some of the people in Trump's first administration? I'm starting to wonder. I'm really starting to wonder. What do you guys think? I don't know. Let's finish this.
However, this appears to be the individual who was seen on that surveillance video from the evening of January 5th, 2021, between 7:30 and 8:30 on Capitol Hill, allegedly planting these really what they were dummy devices outside the headquarters of both the Republican National Committee and the Democratic
Julie, hang on, Julie. The whole narrative that we've been fed, the whole reason Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon went to prison was that Antifa and these people had nothing to do with J6. This is all Donald Trump, Donald Trump's people. What are you telling me? The guy may be an anarchist and might be, although you haven't confirmed it, might be associated with Antifa, ma'am.
I mean, look, we know that Antifa was there. I have been told for years by J6ers who were on the ground that they saw Antifa. We can see video of people dressed in that black bloc garb who were tied to Antifa. We know that there were confrontations between Antifa and the Proud Boys a few days before, the evening before. Also, we have on film, on recording, undercover, plainclothes D.C. police officers specifically saying that they were there to look for Antifa. So if this individual, and again, I cannot confirm this with my sources independently, that this is an Antifa type or certainly not a MAGA supporter, this blows a huge hole in the early narrative that someone aligned with Donald Trump and the MAGA movement tried to blow up the headquarters of the...
It could be, you're a special operation, but who is to take the fall here? Because somebody's wrong. And let me show you here just for a second to give you a better glimpse. Blaze Media, and funny enough, their front page story, the pipe bomber, even though a couple weeks back it was a different story. But I mean, when you put it together a news story, you don't just put it together half-assed or based on emails, kind of like I gotta admit Candace Owens was doing a bit of, but you're going to have a feeling and opinions, but when you write a news article, it's supposed to be pretty solid. So, but I'm looking at their other articles here, and they are kind of goofy looking. Trans professor flunks student for calling trans ideology demonic. So do you think this is just shit news getting called out by Trump, or Oh, here's our columnists. Glenn Beck, Lauren Fix. I mean, Glenn Beck knows the media. Am I right? I mean, he's been in the media a long time. Would he just put something out half-assed? Surely they had to have more than just, oh, this woman fits the profile and the height of this person in a mask. Surely they didn't just put out the story based on nothing, right? So who's the asshole here? You know? Well, I'll tell you this much, Jane. If there's one thing you can believe, it's that John F. Kennedy Jr. is alive. I don't have any doubts in my mind about that. Too many people have admitted it, talked about it, pointed it out, shared comms. I don't doubt that in the least. All right. Moving forward. Yeah, they acted like this. Did you hear that report? An investigation that stymied investigators for 5 years. It didn't stymie them at all. They had the evidence apparently sitting on their desk the whole time. And after however long that Trump's been in office now, since January, they decided to pull those files out. Maybe they were in a, closet hiding somewhere, or a cabinet, or under the rug, maybe. I'm starting to wonder if the Justice Department's all smoking crack. Yeah, maybe I sound like an asshole here, but somebody's an asshole, and it's not going to be me at the end of the day because I didn't report the story. I'm not going to be the asshole on this one. I refuse to be the asshole. I'm usually the asshole, though. Okay. Been coming for years now. Something. Maybe they just thought, oh, everyone will be happy to see an arrest. Bob Ross is alive, huh? Yeah, he had such an impact on people when he was alive that they figured we better fake his death and then bring him back years later because he's just so influential. JFK Jr. is alive. I don't care how goofy you think it sounds. Does the rest of what's happening not sound goofy to you? Does any of this sound normal? Come on now. The official channels, they do sound like assholes right now, Thor. I gotta admit, they really sound like assholes. Because some days, they talk about the plan, and then they turn around and do the reality thing. And I guess I sort of have to do that here with the news. But I try and point out, which is funny because in the beginning I really didn't like to put my opinion into any of this, but I kind of don't have a choice. Because if I didn't, I would be an asshole. All right, let's push forward here. There's still more to get to. Israel launched fresh strikes on South Lebanon after warnings. Not much new there. Been doing that for a long time. You talking about the ones they found at Biden's house in the Corvette? Yeah, I remember that. I'm not gonna bother looking at that. But in another story to do with Israel, we'd been talking for a while about the people that were stuck in the tunnels in Rafah, the people from Hamas that were trying to negotiate their way out of the tunnels, only to finally be killed in the tunnels. The IDF and ISA officially announced that they eliminated the commander of Hamas's Eastern Rafah battalion, his deputy, and several senior members of their inner circle as they attempted to escape through a tunnel network in Eastern Rafah.
In the darkness beneath Rafah, a final command cell makes a desperate break. Israeli forces move in and the tunnels erupt into violence. A high-ranking Hamas unit is wiped out in minutes. At Vertex, we take you inside the underground standoff gripping Gaza.
You know, the funny thing is that kind of tunnel warfare is taking place right below your feet at any given time. You don't even know it. You don't even know the world that exists right beneath your feet. Yeah, John F. Kennedy Jr. will return, and I think he might return in January, like it said when I got into Vincent Kennedy's source code, that he would be here in January. I kind of believe that. I just wonder what has to happen before that. You're watching the monetary stuff get closer and closer and closer. And if you remember what they said, you wouldn't see that signed until Kennedy was already in place, that he would be the one to sign the end of the Fed, the change, whatever. If Trump's not president, then who is? Well, that depends on who you believe. He may just be an actor, like the other actors. He might be the real representative of Earth. He might be Donald Trump, and there might be a president behind him. If you believe Negative 48, he says that John Kennedy never died, that he faked his death, and it was all part of the operation, where the operation started in a sense, and that he was still alive in 2016 when Trump took office, and that he was the real president. I know that sounds batshit crazy to people. I don't know. Gossip News will say JFK Jr. is a clone. They already say that shit. You got that guy out there saying, I'm the real JFK. And people believe that crap. It's sad. Trump's being played by General Patton's son. No, I think General Patton's son is Trump, according to the story. I think the Trump you see is Trump. I don't think anybody's playing him. I think he's just playing a role. He may not be president at all. He may not have any power. You're watching a show. Yeah, David Quigley's his name. If you believe David Quigley, you're so far off path and your heart's in the wrong place. That guy is connected to the CIA. His father is connected to the CIA. It's a bunch of goofy bullshit. They're going to try and counter everything happening any way they can, if there's anyone even left. If not, well, then it's all just part of the game of making you believe. Yeah, it could be too, Thor. There's people that say there's multiple Trumps, and that's kind of a given. Every president has lookalikes they use, so... Moving on with the news here so we can get past this and move on. In southern Asia, Sumatra, Indonesia, the floodings continued and gotten pretty bad. Entire villages have been washed away. Hundreds of people are dead and missing. The official count right now is 836 lives, but there's so many missing people. And nobody's talking about it hardly. But that's not surprising. There's a lot of news stories that they just don't want to report on right now. So there's that. This, I know it says November, but this is December. And the bigger problem is that all their crops were ready and things, and it may create an even bigger crisis in the long run. Tomorrow, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum will be in Washington, D.C., though she says she's not going to meet with Trump while she's there. She's just there for the FIFA World Cup drawing. Maybe that'll change.
Aumento al salario mínimo, ¿cómo blindar este aumento que pasa de 8,000 a 9,000 pesos el salario mínimo ante la inflación?
Que usamos de no imposición, o sea, no imponemos un precio a un producto.
You get the point, but I don't know. They announced it like she was going to meet Trump, but that's not true. And as of now, they're saying she's not. So she's just coming to D.C. Or maybe they can arrest her while she's here. This was an interesting article that popped up today. How the sun grounded 6,000 planes. Thanksgiving travelers were surprised last week when Airbus grounded roughly 6,000 A320 family jets for an urgent software rollback. The cause of the delay, fears of radiation from cosmic rays and solar storms. The problem came to light on October 30th when JetBlue Airways, flying from Cancun in New Jersey, suddenly dropped in altitude. At least 15 passengers were injured. When investigators dug into the flight control data, they found that the aircraft software was vulnerable to single event upsets. Bit flips caused when a high-energy particle randomly charges a 1 to a 0 or vice versa, corrupting critical data. In the A320, some recently installed software wasn't properly hardened against this kind of glitch. So on November 28th, regulators ordered an emergency rollback before the jets could return to service. In most cases, they were back in the air the next day. Something to think about, though. At least they're handling this problem in airplanes, lest they want thousands of planes to fall from the sky all at once. But it would be nice if they could harden our electrical supply here in the country, which is also extremely, extremely vulnerable and potentially on purpose. Because the government here in America, before Trump, loved to bend you over and Barack Obama you. Speaker Mike Johnson, attacked by a member of his own party, a House Republican openly asked him and accused him of protecting the deep state. And they asked, do you think this is just another false accusation? I don't know. It seems like there's a point behind everything they do, but I don't know. Is Mike Johnson one, too? God only knows at this point. He did swear in the new guy in Tennessee today. Congratulations, Tennessee, and good job on getting out there and voting the other day. Good work. Yeah, Thor, that's exactly what I meant to say. I just thought I'd change it up. Barack Obama, they'll Puff Daddy you. They'll Will Smith you. An ISIS Afghan terrorist was arrested just blocks or miles, I guess, from our nation's capital. Under Biden's Operation Allies, he was released into the United States. And now he's got a ticket back home. Or he's in jail. I don't know. Probably just keep him in jail. Probably should lock him up instead of just deporting him, right? Yeah. I don't know, Jose. I'm not all about that stuff people are saying, oh, this guy is playing this person. And I don't think that's what they mean by they're all actors. I don't think you got like Kevin Costner in there pretending to be Jimmy or whoever the fuck. I know people think that. They say, oh, look, this person's actually this person. That person's actually that person. And it's gotten a little out of hand. And I think some people do it on purpose to make you look stupid. But I don't know. I know people say it over and over. Oh, he looks like Edward Snowden. I don't see it at all. Edward Snowden's a very red-headed guy. He doesn't look like Mike Johnson at all. He's not a good guy by any means. He's a criminal, and he's a traitor to the country. And I know people think he's some kind of like good Julian Assange type of dude. He's not. Hate to burst everybody's bubble there. And he's more likely to be in prison than posing as whoever, Mike Johnson. Trump planned on bombing the embassy in Venezuela, but he was caught. Caught by who? I haven't heard that story, and I guarantee you if it was out there, I'd hear about it. I know he planned on trying to get the pilot of a plane to kidnap Maduro, but bombing the embassy, it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't think people think things through. You got to think of the bigger picture, think about what you're hearing, and then ask yourself, does that make any fucking sense whatsoever? Big picture. HHS opens an investigation in the Midwestern school over vaccination without parents' consent. I put that video in the intro you saw. If that doesn't piss you off, if you're a parent or a grandparent, that has to piss you off. They took a kid who had a religious exemption to not be vaccinated, and the school took it upon themselves to vaccinate this kid. I would sue the ever-living shit out of them. I'd sue them into the ground. I would fucking flip my shit. I'd probably end up in jail. Anyone who watches his son watching porno is a pedo? Yeah? Yeah? Who are you talking about? That's disgusting. Who'd you hear that about? That's fucking weird. Yeah, I'd be in prison. That's all I can say. He had a religious exemption to not be vaccinated, and the school did it. Not like his doctor, blah, blah, blah. The school did it. That would be the end of that school. But that, of course, is a story that the mainstream media did not want to report on, which is why you're not seeing a video about it. Just like this one here. Oh, they did report on this one. The vaccine panels delays the hepatitis B shot vote after a chaotic meeting this evening. Let's look.
Well, now to this, the CDC's vaccine advisory panel has delayed a key vote on proposed changes to the hepatitis B vaccine schedule for infants.
So the vote was pushed to tomorrow after members said that they were confused about the wording of this new recommendation. The committee is now considering a more targeted case-by-case approach instead of the current universal 3-dose series that starts at birth. That includes giving the first dose only if the mother tests positive for hepatitis B and discussing testing before later doses. By the way, hepatitis B can actually cause severe liver disease, especially in babies, and childhood cases have dropped sharply.
Oh, yeah, so we should just stick them with a needle the second they come out of the mother's womb. Just make sure they don't get hepatitis B, even though we're probably sticking them with things that are way worse than hepatitis B. Yeah. Moving forward. Another thing they didn't want to talk about. A court rules that mismatch absentee ballots can't be counted. This is actually amazing. And this is in Michigan. Michigan Court of Claims ruled Wednesday that election inspectors may not count absentee ballots if the unique identifying number on the ballot stub does not match the number on the return envelope, or if the stub is missing. Yeah, it's a simple law, isn't it? Ballot stubs must match, and incomplete ballots cannot be counted. Sounds so simple, right? You would have thought that would have been common sense, but what a nice little simple way to make sure there's no fraud, you know? Funny stuff. And of course, like I said, the media doesn't want to report on that, and in fact, hardly anybody did. That's why we got to be the news now. You probably saw Trump signing another peace deal today between the leaders of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. I had no idea this was even happening, but it was on the president's schedule.
Donald Trump hosts the presidents of Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda on Thursday
to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered.
So what's it all about, and what's in it for the US? Rwanda-backed rebels staged a lightning advance in eastern Congo at the start of this year. The M23 group seized the region's two largest cities and raised fears of a wider war. This latest cycle in decades of violence has killed thousands of people and displaced hundreds of thousands. Rwanda has long denied backing the M23, though a report by UN experts in July concluded Rwanda exercises command and control over the rebels.
The agreement being signed.
On Thursday, Presidents Felix Tshisekedi and Paul Kagame are expected to ratify a US-brokered peace deal that was signed by foreign ministers in June. Terms of the deal include the withdrawal of Rwandan troops and the formation of a joint security mechanism. Kinshasa and Kigali would launch an economic framework, the deal said, which they then agreed in November. The Trump administration has talked of facilitating billions of dollars of Western investment. That's in a region rich in critical minerals such as cobalt, lithium, and tantalum.
You know, what was it I wanted to add? Chris, are you on here? What did Aaron text earlier about Kash Patel? There was something she texted earlier about Kash Patel that made me think twice about him. That Field McConnell had told people that he was a bad dude. You know, we haven't watched Field McConnell in a long time. We probably need to do that. Election integrity push. Department of Justice on track to compel voter roll cleanups in over half of U.S. states. The ones not suing them, at least they're trying to get the voter rolls cleaned up.
All right, big news in the last 24 hours. The most popular story on Just the News for most of the day today. You and the Justice Department sued 6 blue states for not turning over their voter rolls so you can inspect them, make sure that they're not being, that they're not out of date, that dead people and non-citizens aren't making it onto the rolls. I have a funny feeling you're not done yet. Tell us where you are in the process.
Not even close. Well, John, I really appreciate you continuously allowing me to come on and update the public, because I know there's a lot of frustration out there about, you know, why isn't someone doing something? I'll have you know that the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division has sent letters to all 50 states, and we have actually actively engaged with over half of them as follows. We're now in litigation with 14 states. So the 6 yesterday included Maryland, Delaware, Rhode Island, New Mexico, Washington State, and Vermont. That adds to 8 we already had going. We are close to reaching resolution, voluntary cooperation with another dozen states. And I won't say which those are, but I think we will definitely let the public know when that happens. We have voluntary cooperation from 4 states, and we reached a settlement and consent decree with the state of North Carolina that agreed to clean up over 100,000 people on the voter rolls that were there improperly. And so that's over half the states, John, that we're actively engaged in either litigation or settlements with. And so it's really good news for America, and we're going to march through and make sure that we reach a resolution with everybody before we're done and get the evidence and the information that the Attorney General, on whose behalf I'm litigating, is entitled to.
And whatever happens with Maduro when he surrenders, it'll all tie in. You're going to see it all. Juan told you for so long that 2020 wasn't over. And by God, it's just getting started. There was a fatal shooting at the MGM casino the other day. I don't believe there's a hunt for a gunman anymore. I believe they determined that it was just the one guy.
Shortly before 12 noon, we got a call for a shooting at the MGM Casino and Resort in the food court. As officers responded, they located one victim in the food court. That victim is deceased. That victim is an adult male, we believe in the 20s. We do know that this was a targeted shooting based on our investigation at this point. It wasn't random, and this person did not happen upon this person. It appears that they were looking for this person, chased them down, and the shooting occurred right there in the food court. We have no other people that are reported being injured. Right now, the only portion of the MGM that is affected is the food court. The rest of the MGM is open and active. We have not had crimes like this at the National Harbor, and crime in MGM and National Harbor is down approximately 32% for violent crime this year. So it's rare that instances like this occur. We're confident that we'll close this case. And with that, I'll take 1 or 2 questions, but there's not really a lot more information that I can give you. We're searching for a suspect that we have on video.
What's the description?
We're not giving that out right just yet, but if we have problems locating him, then we'll give that information.
Did you follow him from the garage, or like how far back did
No,
you track him?
the victim was in the food.
Maybe there is still a suspect on the run. Check your wanted posters. All right, a few more things. In the immigration crackdown in New Orleans, they've set a target of 5,000 arrests, and they state that they're only arresting violent offenders and criminals. Could there really be 5,000 violent, illegal criminals on the streets in New Orleans? I don't know. This was the view today outside of the city council meeting. People in New Orleans are furious, and people are left asking, are there really 5,000 criminals that are illegal to round up in New Orleans? Makes you wonder. And if so, why wasn't that the first city the National Guard went to, or ICE? Judge Boasberg, of all people, has ordered refunds for the pardoned J6 defendants. Let's take a look at why.
New this morning, some January 6th defendants pardoned by the president will soon be refunded for restitution and fines they paid as part of their sentence. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg was forced to reverse his previous order, which means courts are now legally required to pay back all January 6th defendants who were appealing their conviction when those pardons were issued.
I'm surprised they reported on that one, since they don't like to report on things like that. Boasberg had to do a turnaround there and allow these people to get their money back. Funny stuff, in my opinion. All right, let me see where we are at. The Office of DNI changed their logo. I assume it's just for Christmas, but I don't know. New logo, same mission. 'Tis the season. It's from the Director of National Intelligence. Let me see what I got left, and then we're gonna get to some things. Make sure I caught everything. Oh, no, not quite. The Rothschilds are selling their stake in The Economist. The stake has been put up for sale by philanthropist Lynn Forster de Rothschild, whose husband, the financier Evelyn de Rothschild, chaired The Economist for 17 years until 1989. He died 3 years ago. 8-year delta today. Fly, Roths, fly. News unlocks the map. Selling off their stake in The Economist. I don't think there's any of them still alive personally, but that's me. And other news that will probably anger you. The Virginia Fed grand juries decided not to re-indict Letitia James, even though there's a good chance she'll be indicted for something else, likely. And I think I've got this story. Let's look.
The grand jury in Virginia declining to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James. The charges against her in a mortgage fraud case were thrown out just 10 days ago. The Justice Department tried to bring the case again earlier today. It said that you can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. Well, apparently the Trump people can't do that. Let's get straight to CNN's Caitlin Collins at the White House. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, my colleague Caitlin Pullins and I are hearing that today a grand jury declined to re-indict Letitia James on those mortgage fraud charges that the...
No justice in the justice system. None. None. No justice. Federal agents seized 1,585 pounds of methamphetamine hidden in BlackBerry shipments. Illegal alien and an Atlanta man charged. FBI Atlanta, along with the U.S. Attorney of North Georgia and partners, spoke to the media about the 1,500 pounds of meth they found hidden in trucks carrying BlackBerries. Oh, no. It says Hunter Biden's going to be pissed. Maybe Barack Obama will. Wasn't he the one that was in love with his BlackBerry? The Codex? The 53 Codex? No, I've never heard of that, I got to say. Do tell. Few more things. Almost done with the news, guys. Almost. Let's see what is left. It might be everything. Let me look. Gotta make sure. Oh, I do need to show you this video. You've heard him really getting on Pete Hegseth about the second strike on this narco boat. Listen to this interview.
Tonight, new information. According to a source familiar with the incident, the two survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice.
This backs up the entire second strike. Yes, I mean, it just doesn't get more crystal clear than that. The mission is take out the boat, stop the drugs, keep this vessel and its cargo from reaching our shore using lethal means. And our amazing military, the heroes of the United States Armed Forces, did exactly that. President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and this entire government are committed to finally using our military to defend our people, our borders, our family, our culture, our history, our heritage, to defend the United States. We're not going off running around the Middle East trying to build democracies in caves and deserts and in distant sands that have never known democracy. We're using the military to protect American security, American prosperity, American lives right here where we live, where our children live.
Okay. Interesting, huh? Gives you a bit of a different perspective. It's a good question, Posty. Why don't they follow the boat to where it's going? I don't know. The 53 Codex. You can't explain anything about it? Nothing at all. Explain something. There's got to be something you can explain about it. All right. So, that's our news. Let's look at a few things here real quick. I wanted to show you tomorrow's deltas real quick. Get a head start on that. Russia equals the real conspiracy. Divine projection. What happens when they lose control and the truth is exposed? What happens when people no longer believe or listen to the fake news controlled media, controlled Hollywood, controlled blue checkmark, Twitch shills, etc.? The Great Awakening. Sheep no more. We the people, for God and country, we fight. It's all just a conspiracy. Nothing to see here. Nothing's happening. Russia, Russia, Russia. What do you want for Christmas? Huh. That's an interesting post. The blue checkmark fake news Twitter personalities are out in full force today, attempting to push another false narrative that arrests were supposed to occur today. A controlled narrative? Facts matter. How much attention does Q receive from the fake news media? Why are they working so hard to try and discredit something they label as a fake conspiracy? People awake are what they fear the most, a loss of control, the Great Awakening. That's what the media does. They put out fake stories certain times for certain reasons. Whitaker, Horowitz, Huber, and Ray. Long meetings held within a skiff usually indicate something highly important was discussed. One man who gave up everything, risking his life to fight for and defend we the people. Bait expends ammunition. Evil has no place here. After Mr. Priestap's departure, none of the high-ranking Bureau officials involved in the two investigations will remain with the Bureau. Follow the names on the list provided. Panic in D.C., the Clinton Foundation, nothing to see here. Attention on deck for God and country. Logical thinking. December 5th drops first and last. Content and dates. Huber drops first and last. Role of Huber is portrayed by Q. What are the odds, a mathematical probability, that Huber would be scheduled to testify regarding the Clinton Foundation on December 5th? What are the odds that George H.W. Bush passes away and state funeral date is on December 5th? What other interviews and investigations were wiped clean, given a state funeral takes up media coverage for a week? Why does the global fake news media continually attack Q? Why is Washington Post leading the attack? Think ABC agency. When you are awake, you can see clearly. Rapid fire. Wonderful, friends. Plus fly plus. Bank controls governments. Governments control people. Saudi Arabia controls elected people. Soros controls organizations of people. Ready to play? Godfather 3. Be prepared for what you find. Red, rig for red. List of politicians not seeking re-election. Yeah, that thing got longer and longer and longer. Draining the swamp. Military intel. No such agency equals the key. President and patriots equal the stone. Keystone. Admiral Rogers. No such agency. Plus POTUS in the military Apply the keystone. Paint the picture. A key unlocks the door of all doors. A stone is the force or strength capable of yielding power to act on the info. Key plus stone equals Q. Fly, owl, fly. Runway lights being turned on. Fly high. Fly, Johnny, fly. Bye-bye, Johnny. Update the list. Watch the news. Fly, Ross, fly. Red Stringer 25th. Hussein Red Video 27. Hussein in Asia on the 28th. Analyze the coincidence. More than one meaning. Hussein Red indictments, variables, think circle, expand your thinking. Take multiple paths. One connects to another. Learn to read the map. The map is the key. Find the keystone. What holds it all together? News unlocks the map. Remember that. Red Haiti. That's the Red Cross. Children, money. Since president was elected, what changed with Red Cross? What changed with the Clinton Foundation? I don't know what that one is. These people deserve ... Who knows where the bodies are buried? Flynn is safe. We protect our patriots. Red 9/11. Funds raised versus distributed. Oversight? 7 out of 10 plane crashes are targeted kills. Those in the know never sleep. Think about that. 7 out of 10 plane crashes. Targeted kills. 7 out of 10. What you guys talking about, lizard people? All right. So we saw the drops. Now, for tonight, we've got a lot of options of what we want to watch, who we want to watch. Because there's a lot of people out there doing new interviews. I want to share a video first from Derek Johnson because he's been forced to change his YouTube channel over and over because I want to run him off here. That in the chat that I just posted right there is his new YouTube channel, which only has a few hundred views. We're going to see what he has to say. If he gets to rambling, we'll flip to something else because I want to get to quite a few things tonight. There's some good new interviews, and who knows, maybe if we have time, we'll peek at what Field McConnell's been saying. He was on about 8 days ago, but there's a lot of new stuff. There's a new SG Anon interview. There's a new Josh Reed interview, etc., etc., etc. So that's where we're at right now. That's where we're going to start. And what do you guys think of what Candace is saying about Turning Point USA, by the way, since you mentioned it there in the chat? She's going to go to head to head with them. I don't know. There's something there, isn't there? Feels like there's something scummy happening in Turning Point USA. It's really, I don't know. It gets weirder and weirder. I kind of miss Charlie Kirk, I gotta say. I really do. I really enjoyed his arguments. I took debate classes in school, and I mean, he was good. He was good. All right. Let's take a peek at this video to start off with. Oh, there's one more thing I got to show you before we get started. It's short. It's just 2 minutes. This kind of makes me sad to think about all the people that were there that just were wiped off the planet in an instant. One
Just
minute.
downtown Lahaina, where everything is gone. They're starting to rebuild a little bit. This is the massive tree downtown. You can see there's nothing. All the buildings, these are new buildings that just built, little mini houses for the workers, I think. But I used to walk here all the time. Right here there used to be Hurley, Quicksilver, and all these shops. It's all gone. And that was the main downtown here, which there was Volcom and all these stores, really historic buildings. That tree's still there, the big tree, but everything mostly gone. Just a little update on the Lahaina. This downtown was all old wood building. The arbor is gone as well. Everything is, it's crazy because on that part of the town, it's all gone. But right on the other side, anything that was new was not touched. And you can see all the historic building, all gone. That used to be a strip of stores all over down there. And it's all gone. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. It's so weird to be here. Historic building with bricks and rocks, still standing. It's a sad feeling. The church still there, but anything around that church is gone. These were not there. These were placed there just for workers.
Those people were cooked like they were in a microwave. 1 minute they're all there, all happy, on their island, doing their thing, whatever. It's really sad to think about. It's sort of scary in a way, huh? Could be any one of us any minute. And I don't know why that statement this morning troubled me so much to hear, oh, they're building a bunker under the ballroom for the scare event. Like, between that and the little dream I had of being watched by something evil, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just all weighing on me, I guess, but I was pretty troubled this morning thinking about it all. It's been a long day, so yeah, that's exactly right, Johnny. I'm nobody to tell you guys what to think. I know these other guys on here, some of them are military or are military, and I feel like some of them have an agenda, and I don't know. And a lot of them will tell you one thing one day and something else the next day. I don't want to do that. Don't take anything I say for fact. Take it all with a grain of salt. It's all just to make you think. I try and give you my opinion and the perspective, and I try and show you what different media outlets are saying. I don't pull from any one place. I try and show you this is what Fox says, what CNN says, it's what just your everyday Joe says. You got to look at it. You've got to decide. I can't do that for you, and I can't only show you what is being said and done and posted and allow you to decide on your own. So let's check this video out, see if it's good, going anywhere. If it's not, we'll change it. If it is, we'll listen to it. and we'll go from there. Patriots, I'll be with you in the chat.
What's up, everybody? I'm live on Instagram and live on Facebook. I'm just doing a little books. So for all those who have ordered books, especially the new one, the Midnight Rider Bible, processing a lot of those right now because we made these a pre-order as well because we didn't know how many we were going to get. So processing a lot of these right now. A lot of orders. I have quite a few more on the way, so if you've ordered, please be patient. So I'm sitting here packaging right now, so I thought I'd just sit here and package away, watch my process, what we do. It's just me today. So just like that, just like this, just like that, bingo. And I make my signatures legible, unlike some out there who don't care about you, they just want your money. You can see right here that my signature is legible. And I take it like this, I take it like that, put it in like this. Friendly reminder to all the United States Postal Service workers. First off, for all you good guys and gals out there, thank you for what you do. But for all of you libtards out there, friendly reminder that tampering with mail is a federal offense. And if I find out who's cutting these packages in Colbert, Georgia, and also one other location, I'm gonna sue your ass off. All right. So just keep that in mind out there, Postal Service workers. We appreciate you until you start messing with freedom of information, freedom of speech. If you don't like what I have to say, then by integrity, what you should do is start your own page, take my name out of your mouth, put the laws and the orders in yours, all right, and tell the American people how the laws and orders don't say what they say, because they most certainly do say what they say. It's because you're too dumb to pour piss out of a number 5 wash tub. Therefore, you only say, Derek Johnson's lying. Derek Johnson's full of crap. Derek Johnson. You ain't said to the people where and how I'm incorrect via laws and orders, because I'm not incorrect. I get proven daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. And President Trump, wartime President, Supreme Commander Donald John Trump, just validated me again today without saying my name, talking about seditious behavior. Do you realize that I'm the only one who talks about sedition? You know that I'm the only one who talks about the military occupation, the continuity of operations, seditious behavior, and treason, and how civilians can most certainly be tried in a military court. Do you know I'm the only one who talks about that? I'm the only one with the books about it, and can be the only one because of a little thing called intellectual property. All right. And because my books cover so much ground in one location, no one's going to be able to write it with any loopholes, because I cover every single intricate aspect of the military occupation, the military government, the continuity of operations, continuity of government, irregular warfare, unconventional warfare. So just because you've never heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean it isn't happening or it doesn't exist. It just means it ain't for you. All right? Move on. All right? It's real simple. But you have the power and control to control what you think about, and also what you feed yourself, which is why some of you got to get out of all these pages out there who are algorithm whores. All they do is sit and post 200-300 posts a day. They don't care about you. If they did, they would have been telling you what I've told you, but because they don't know that, they can't tell you that. See how that works? So, but wanted to talk about a subject while I was sitting here doing this too. Might as well. It's kind of cool what President Trump actually did today. So there's a video floating around out there of a bunch of traitors. One of them's name is Mark Kelly. All right, that's one of them in particular. And they're all claiming to be veterans. They all claim that they're former CIA and all these other things. Ladies and gentlemen, just because you have a title beside your name that says you're a veteran, that doesn't mean anything. It's no different than congressmen and women. Congressmen and women, they have the honorable in front of their name, but 98% of them weren't honorable. All right, so just because they look like a duck, walk like a duck, talk like a duck, act like a duck, don't mean they're a duck. All right? So, you know, when people say, I don't know who to listen to, I'm so confused. Well, you probably want to listen to a retired veteran who's keeping oath, who has #1 bestsellers for a reason. President Trump told you way back in 2020, the cure cannot be bigger than the problem. Well, take the word cure out for this scenario and put the word resolution in. Say the resolution cannot be bigger than the problem. All you need is a chain of command with the top down, with the generals and the admirals going, we got a plan, and all we need is a few good men and women to execute this plan. That's all you need. You don't need a bunch of moving mouths out there who do nothing but care about their algorithms. That's why they're attention whores, they're selfish, and all these things. So there's two things I'm going to make a point of. The first thing while I'm thinking of it is this. Look at all the people who have attacked me. Look at all the people who've called me a liar. Look at all the people who have tried to steal from me, frame me, defame me, slander me. Look at all these people. All right. When you take a stand, ladies and gentlemen, when you stand up and there's a line in the sand and you choose what side of the line you're on, be willing to stand on your side of the line, especially if you have a big name, either, you know, in your town, your community, your county, your city, your state. You better be willing to stand on that side of the line, because when you proclaim something, when you proclamate something, you put it out there, especially in today's world of technology, when you put something in writing for the world to see, it's time-stamped. And guys like me screenshot everything. I have so much dirt on so many people. And not just dirt, it's you know, just evidence, right? Showing that, no, you didn't know. So look at all the people who are just now talking about the dash, just now talking about the spearhead, the tip of the spear. I saw on X, there's a big name person out there now. Now they're trying to talk about the spear. Where have you been? And keep in mind, they're not even a veteran. All right. But are they saying, hey, people, there's a retired veteran with the #1 best-selling books and the platform, if you can't afford the books, that outline the dash? No, they're not doing that, because they're selfish and they're all about themselves. All right. They have no oath. So when you take a stand, though, and you say something and you proclamate that, you put that in writing, especially, you better be willing to stand by it, because a lot of people who try to fraud me, frame me, lie about me, deceive me, backstab me, and everything else, I have everything. I have your names. I have your addresses. I have your phone numbers. I have your email addresses. I have everything. I know every linkage and how you link together. I know who hired who. I know everything. And at the end of the day, it's still not about me versus you. This is about our nation. This is about we, the people as a whole. We, the light versus the darkness. So all those people who try to fraud me, deceive me, lie about me, spread information that's false, make up false things about me, you're time-stamped. And especially if you think that you're a patriot, Republican, conservative, doesn't really matter. But if you call yourself a patriot, guess what? It's time-stamped. Your name, your image, and it means you didn't know what the heck was going on. The whole time you could have known, and you could have been leading people to real truth, real facts. It just proves you didn't know what was going on. And my books, time-stamped, along with my documents from January 2021, long before I was put on the scene publicly, proves I did. So the second portion to that is a bunch of people that claim to be veterans. All right. People out there trying to tear down another veteran because, oh, I didn't serve as long as you. I didn't do what you did. I didn't see what you saw. When you're so busy trying to tear somebody down for what they're doing now, see, I'm in my purpose right now. We're all on a different timeline. We're all on a different calendar by God ourselves. Every one of you. A lot of people haven't found your purpose yet. You're just existing. And I pray that everyone finds their purpose, right? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're not just supposed to be existing. You can lean on a shovel and pray for a hole. But God ain't going to dig the hole, and the shovel ain't going to dig the hole. You going to dig the hole. All right? So you can say all this stuff about God wins all day long and all these other things. Well, God's going to judge you. Thank God for that. Because if it were up to me, most of the people who spied at me and lied about you'd be deported already, and maybe worse. So the veterans out there, there's a couple who follow me around like a bunch of leeches, like a bunch of lost puppy dogs, which is great because let me give some of you some advice. If you want it, you don't have to take it, but a lot of you out there, if you need some motivation, some uplifting, always remember this. So I'm going to make it applicable to me, but take the quote and make it applicable to you. Talk good about me, talk bad about me, but you're talking about me. I'm not talking about you. I don't have your name in my mouth. It ain't me talking about you. You're following me around. You're trying to make up things about me. You're trying to lie about me. You're trying to say everything about me. My name is in your head and in your mouth. All right? So just remember that. When you got people out there, maybe in your friends and family who talk down about you, talk about you and all those things, just remember, baby, they talking about you. And just walk away, smile, be like, talk good about me, talk bad about me, but you're talking about me, right? So some people are just jealous. So yeah, there's a veteran that used to follow me around all the time on social media and call me a liar. And he would disguise himself and deceive people and raise his hand like he was going to ask a question. And then he didn't ask a question. He would, oh, Derek Johnson's a liar and blah, blah, blah. Ladies and gentlemen, I could be 100% wrong about one thing, two things, multiple things. But you could be 100% incorrect about something, but not be a liar. The term liar is a heavy accusation, which means you better have some solid proof that someone is a liar. All right? Because you can just absolutely be incorrect about something, but not lose your integrity, lose your foundation, origin. You just be like, hey, you know what? I was wrong. I admit it. There you go. And then you move on. Because we've all been wrong about things in life.
I love Derek Johnson, but he kind of does this every time. I should put on his interview. When he's doing an interview with somebody, he'll answer good questions. When he rants, he can get into a rant, you know. I don't know. Maybe people are still ripping on him and stuff. I haven't seen anybody ripping on him. I used to rip on him in the beginning because what he was saying was very different from Juan O'Sullivan. You know, at the time, I discovered Derek wasn't too long before Trump got shot. And Derek said he didn't get shot. It was an operation. It was fake. And Juan O'Sullivan said, no, it was very real. He got shot, and the hand of God came down and saved him. And I had a big problem with that. And really, that's what it set me off on a tangent, and it made me want to do the show more to try and figure out what the hell was going on and why they were saying different things and sounding so convincing. And it took me a while to put my finger on it, you know, that they're both doing a job. All these people that you listen to are sort of doing a job. Probably not all of them, but, you know, I think some people needed to hear it how Juan said it, and I think some people needed to hear it how Derek says it. And then to try and find the in-between. And I know you guys don't want to hear me, so I'm going to put something else on here. We can listen to Derek's interview if you guys would rather listen to that. Like I said, we could listen to Field McConnell. We can listen to SG Anon. We could listen to Josh Reed. There's a lot of interviews out tonight, and I just want to sit here and share some time with you guys in the chat and hopefully put on something we learn from together. So SG Anon's interview is with Sheriff Mack. Josh Reed was on Jenny's show. Field's on Jenny's show. Derek was just on Jenny's show. So, you know, I like to teach you guys about channels you haven't seen before and stuff. And now people are tuning out. I thought you'd tune out if I kept Derek going. But let me put on... we can put on his interview for a minute, but there's no picture, I don't think. You want to hear Josh? Let's listen to Josh. Josh is very informative. Might be a good idea. I wish I knew if Josh had... his own channel. I've never found him to have his own channel, but let's listen to Josh for a minute.
Radical jihadists are not done. Iran promises death to America. They've built sleeper terror.
The Schumer shutdown hurt Americans. Families lost wages. Military pay was threatened.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Okay. Tick, tick, tick.
Any questions for him, feel free to request a mic. We will unmute your mic and pop you up here on stage so you can talk to Mr. Josh. Also, to everybody, we are being listened to in over 100 countries. So if you come into this podcast late or you would like to share it with somebody, feel free to follow the podcast host on the podcast host, which are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, Amazon Music. Also, the social medias are Jenny Dreed Facebook, at Jenny_Dreed X, at JDreed Rumble, at JDreed True Social, at JDreed Instagram, The Revival of America over on Telegram, and then The Revival of America on YouTube. So you can see I'm not too hard to find. But yes, everybody, please check those out, guys, because a lot of people want to know where they can find the replay or where they can send it to a family or friend. So please go follow one of those locations if you come in here late. So Josh, I'm going to send you the co-host. And if you want to accept that, go for it. So yes, hi Jersey. Hi Silent. How are you? Hello, Sergeant. Yeah, so anybody and all of you that want to ask Josh a question or myself, please feel free to come on up, and we will unmute your mic. Also, too, if you don't mind reposting the space, get some more people in here, because Mr. Josh is a wealth of information. And if you guys aren't following Josh or Alpha Warrior or many of the guests that I have on, you really should, because they are spot on with their information, and they are legitimate truthers giving you real information, not fake information, and pretending to be a fake MAGA supporter. They are legit, everybody. So definitely check them out and give them a follow. Hello, Josh. How are you?
I'm good. How we doing?
I am doing fantastic. I'm glad to have you on. I so apologize. Last week it was hectic. It's like Thanksgiving came and went. I don't even know where the hell it went. It was such a fog. It was great, but it went like in a snap. So I apologize for that.
It's all good. No worries. Happy to be here with y'all.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and as I always say, and I tell my audience, you and so many are out there killing it with the information that's being put out there, and it's coming out so fast, it's hard to keep up with. But I think, for me and with my audience, it's really key right now to, and it's always been, right? But through the movement, people are trying to find their way, and who can they trust? Who can they follow? We've all been kind of all over the place, right? But it is, I think, very key right now for people to pay attention to who they're listening to, who they follow, and what they're putting into their minds, because there is so much bullshit being put out there, as well as the fear that I'm telling you, Josh, some of this fear that I'm hearing, it could be absolutely terrifying for those that are just coming into the movement or just trying to find out information. So I just want, and you can probably back me up on this, that wouldn't you agree that it's like imperative who people who they're following and what they're putting into their mind, paying attention to that?
Well, let me start off by giving my philosophy. Is firstly, when I created the Red Pill Project, I understood exactly what you're talking about right now. And I created a motto, and the motto is my philosophy on kind of how I look at everything. Think about it like this, is never believe anything anybody tells you, no matter who they are or what authority they possess or profess, unless you can prove it through your own inquiry, your own investigation, through your own research, and with your own volition. And that is so critically important. And I'm not going to tell people who to listen to or who to watch or who to follow, because that's just not my style. But my perspective is you should listen to everybody that has any type of relevance. And the reason is because we are piecing together a narrative, an understanding of what is unfolding before us. And not all of us have the answers, but a lot of us have certain pieces to the puzzle. And so we have to use discernment and discretion when we start to put all of that together when it pertains to the information war and the kind of the silent war that's going on. If I was going to tell people who to follow, follow me, listen to me. That's great, but don't believe everything I say, because it might not all be true and accurate. And that just comes about because we're dealing with OSINT, open source intelligence. We're dealing with, contacts and connections that we have that are maybe in the military or in the intelligence community or in Washington, D.C. And sometimes it's not fully accurate, right? So, and sometimes it's hints and clues to where we're trying to put together what we believe is happening based upon the information that we have. And, Alpha and myself, we have some very high level information that we put out there and really good analysis. And when I start to listen to other people out there, and I do listen to a few other podcasts, not podcasts, but shows and podcasts, and I try to put it all together by kind of navigating all of that information, is I realize that even the people that have millions of subscribers or hundreds of thousands of subscribers, they don't have any bit more to the puzzle than we do. But on the other side, going into it, Jenny, this, is there are grifters out there. There are people who are taking advantage of the situation for purely monetary purposes. And it's easy to kind of circumnavigate that. Honestly, if there's no substantiation to evidence other than speculation or trust me, bro, then there's probably no legitimacy to what they're saying. On top of that, one of the big things that I've seen within these communities is a misinformation interpretation and understanding of fact. Right? So people go out there all the time and they misinterpret executive orders or laws, or they misinterpret, what Trump's saying, or what Scott Bessent's saying, or what Hegseth is saying. And that can draw a lot of deviating parallels that give the people the wrong impression. Now, is it my job to tell you who those people are, or who to follow and who not to follow? No, I could give two shits. To me, it's about the information. As I look at all levels of information, and I try to keep my audience on the straight and narrow. And we've done a good job. We've been fairly accurate on kind of the narrative that's unfolding. Been wrong about a lot of things. Been right about a ton of things. So I cherish that in the context that we're giving people real, legitimate information, real time information of the unfolding narrative, but as well as we're building those high levels of trust.
Amen. Amen to that. And I have to 100% agree with you on that. You guys are giving great information. And again, it's like Josh says, and I say it to my my audience all the time. Don't believe it because I say it. Go do your own research, right?
Right. And one part about the research aspect of it is, if Jenny says, hey, go check out, Donald Trump's newest executive order, it says this in there. Don't just go validate what it says. Go in there and dig deeper to why it says that. What it says and what that means. The laws and the regulations pertaining to that, how those laws and regulations came about. We have to look at all aspects. We have to look at, kind of the legal precedent of why things are happening the way they happen. Number one is right now with the Seditious Six, and then going into these claims about Hegseth and the Pentagon and killing innocent, survivors. This is a load of bullshit. And if you understand the rules of engagement, if you understand Trump's executive orders declaring them foreign terrorist organizations, and you start to look at this from a different perspective, there are certain laws that wrap around what legal framework that Trump is bringing in to do what he's doing, whether it's Trump or whether it's...
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve, to keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
Hegseth. And so one of the key points there is the 2001 AUMF, authorized use of military force. This is key and clutch after the determination is made that an organization is a foreign terrorist organization. Then you have like the doctrine of irregular warfare, 3000.07. You have national security presidential memorandum, specifically number 6 and number 7. These provide the legal war power framework for Donald Trump to do what he's doing without needing congressional oversight. Congress has already been briefed in classified settings on all of this. And what's going on right now in Venezuela, I think, is actually much deeper than just
bigger,
much darker, much deeper than just narcotics. But what we have to understand is there is a legal framework involved, and this legal framework allows the DOD to kill terrorists. And just to kind of give you my professional tactical point of view is when you have a 20 to 25 foot fiberglass skiff, and kind of that's what these are, these speedboats, these go fast with 4 outboard motors that's filled with diesel fuel on top and cocaine in the hull, and you hit it with 1, 2, or 3 20-pound ordinances from a MQ-9 Reaper, there are no survivors. I want people to understand that. There are no survivors. Imagine a Hellfire missile striking 10 feet by you. You're dead. There's no surviving that. And if they claim that there are survivors, the only way that's really possible is if it hit the front end of the ship. And I mean, the person would be concussed, knocked out. But is it possible? Highly unlikely, but probable. Now, if there was survivors, here's the thing: is these people are armed on board these ships, on board these vessels. So you have an armed combatant at that point in time. So the whole legal framework that they're trying to organize around Trump and saying that these are fishermen and all this is just psychological warfare operations. This is just propaganda by the left to try to remove pieces of Donald Trump's cabinet away from him. So keep that in mind, because this is the real psychological warfare. It's not a coincidence that the Seditious Six came out a week before this news story dropped on the Washington Post. I mean, that was done for a reason, specifically for this reason.
So let's talk about that Seditious Six, because obviously you're former military. I do believe their rhetoric coming out with is, we're seeing that right now with, the National Guard, the two that, unfortunately got shot, and then just the rhetoric we're seeing on the streets. I think they're trying to push, obviously, the disconnect, the disruption, the fear out there for people. Do you want to kind of touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot more, I think, going on with what the Seditious Six were actually doing, and they're continuing to do it today.
And a coup. The coup, right, against Pete Hegseth. Sorry about that.
It's not even against Pete Hegseth. I mean, this is directed towards junior military enlisted in officers. And let me give you an example. Alexander Vindman. Everybody remembers Alexander Vindman. He was the whistleblower in the Perfect Phone Call with Zelensky. Right, used Adam Schiff at the Gang of Eight to leak the classified information to the news media. Eric Ciccarella, a part of the National Security Council, was involved in this. Direct John Brennan protege, CIA type, Eric Ciccarella, and Alexander Vindman, who was actually from Ukraine but was a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army. He's now retired United States Army. He came out yesterday and said it's totally okay to disobey the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief if he's issuing illegal orders. In fact, it is your duty to disobey, and failure to do so will have you prosecuted. Clearly, patently illegal orders issued by President Donald Trump include shooting peaceful protesters in the leg and murdering civilians in boats. Now, I'm going to break this down real quick for people. Shooting peaceful protesters in the leg was during January 6th, or it was around the time that there was protests around 2020. Now, this was something that was Milley and others said that Trump said, but other people in the cabinet came out and said, no, that was bullshit. Never happened. So that never happened. Number two is murdering civilians in boats. These aren't civilians. They're enemy combatants. The moment that they got on that board that those fishing skiffs, those go fast, they knew exactly what they were doing and the consequences of their actions. So it's bullshit to think that these were fishermen or civilians, because they weren't. But what's really important about Vindman's post here is he says that it's totally okay to disobey the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief if he's issuing illegal orders. Let me break this down for people. Number one is Lieutenant Colonel retired Vindman should be recalled back to active duty and immediately court-martialed for what he did. He's in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 2387, as well as multiple UCMJ articles, including 88, 92, 94, which is mutiny and sedition, 133, and general articles. I'm going to read what I wrote to him in reply. So the assessment overlooks something very fundamental about how the U.S. military functions. Orders from the president do not go straight to an E4 or a platoon commander. There's a long chain of legal and operational review before anything reaches the tactical level. When the commander-in-chief issues an order, it moves through the National Security Council and the White House General Counsel, the Secretary of Defense and the Department of Defense General Counsel. It can move through the Joint Chiefs of Staff and operational and legal review. It can move through combatant commander lawyers and judge advocate generals. It goes through service level commands and staff attorneys. By the time that order reaches a lieutenant, a captain, a non-commissioned officer on the ground, it has been vetted by dozens of military and civilian legal authorities whose explicit job is to prevent unlawful orders from being transmitted. To publicly encourage junior service members to disobey the president after an order is passed through that entire legal chain is not protecting our country or our republic. It is undermining the chain of command, eroding discipline, and creating dangerous hesitation in life and death situations. This is about the basic mechanics that prevent the U.S. military from fracturing. If you bypass the chain of command and tell enlisted and junior officers to personally reinterpret them, second guess, or refuse orders that have already been cleared at the highest levels, you create a national security threat, not a safeguard. These comments that he made, as well as Mark Kelly and others, they're reckless and they're illegal. The reason being is because they're not giving these out there to the Secretary of Defense or the generals or the colonels or the lawyers that are operating in the Pentagon. They're giving these orders out there. They're telling these to disobey illegal orders from the President of the United States to enlisted service members, the junior members of the military who are out there on the ground actually executing orders from the officers appointed above them. This is so critical to the fabric of how the military operates. Everything is detail orientation around the orders given to you by your chain of command. Everything goes through your chain of command. By the time an E4 and E5 or E6 receives orders from their superiors, those orders from the superiors have came down through, a colonel above them, through a general or an admiral above them, from the Pentagon above them. They have cleared multiple layers of approval by the time that they're reaching those enlisted sailors, soldiers, airmen or guardians, or any NCO. So that blatantly say this is undermining the fabric of the United States military. It's putting lives in danger, because you got to imagine, if you're on a battlefield and you're in an engagement situation and you get direct orders to engage a hostile enemy, and someone stops and thinks about that and says, I don't agree with these politically. I don't think that we should be here. And they abandon their post and they take off, or they just stop engaging. People are going to die because of that. This is the reckless nature of the comments that they made. And these people need to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, because what they are trying.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
To do is undermine the authority of Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, the Pentagon, military leaders and commanders, and the overall infrastructure of the U.S. military. Now, there's a good reason why they're doing this. Obviously, you had the Washington Post article that came out, and obviously that bears some significance here, because the timing of that was not a coincidence, right? That you have basically, they're proclaiming that Hegseth gave illegal orders, right? And now they're going to try to prosecute them, congressional investigations. But really, what this is ramping up for is that we know that there's an insurgency existing within our country. We know that we've been infiltrated by over 23 million illegal immigrants over the course of 4 to 5 years. That among those 23 million illegal immigrants that came into our country are Tren de Aragua, our Cartel de los Soles, Sinaloa cartel, Mexican, South American cartels, various terrorist organizations from Afghanistan, Yemen, all throughout the Middle East, Hezbollah, Unit 912. We know Todd Bensman testified in front of Congress in 2022, talking about how Texas Border Control had well over 5,000 members of Hezbollah Unit 912 flagged as they came over the border, and they were told by the Biden administration to let them go through. Hezbollah Unit 912 is like their special operations division trained directly by the IRGC. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have ISIS. These people came over the border, not including the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Chinese military-age males that came over. So we have a direct national security threat sitting within the confines of our own country. So at some point in time, if this does kick off, if this does happen, you could see the Insurrection Act come into play. And if the insurrection comes into play, well, who's getting deployed? It's junior soldiers and sailors and airmen and guardians. It's the E4s, the E5s, the E6s, the NCOs, the lieutenants, the captains. This is who's getting deployed. And if these people have doubt in their mind about the orders that they're given, well, that basically erodes the fabric of what the military is based upon, and can be a very, very dire situation for the national security of the United States of America, where lives can be lost, both civilian and military, especially in those types of situations.
So So Josh, in your opinion, I mean, because we know what Trump is doing, and his cabinet meeting was amazing yesterday. For those of you that didn't watch it, I highly suggest you watch it. But moving forward with everything that you just said, with all this, all these illegals and everything, the threats that are within, what do you think this looks like? Because I am, I'm hearing people out there, they're literally putting so much fear out there. I mean, like terror, like they're like terror in the sense of like, these terrorists are going to go door to door, and they're going to kill you and your family, all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's horrifying. I mean, we're trying to get through this, and stay positive, obviously realistic, but positive. But I mean, that's terrifying for those people that are on the fence, just new into trying to figure out what's going on in the world, just kind of waking up, right? I mean, when somebody comes to you with that kind of stuff, because that's the kind of stuff that's being put out there. I do believe that Trump is always 100 steps ahead of these people. So he has to know that these threats obviously are a threat, and is aware of it. And that, because he is so many steps ahead of these people, that, he will do what he needs to do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've had indications that there's no 4D or 5D chess. Marjorie Taylor Greene said there's no 5D chess. General Michael Flynn came out and said there's no 4D chess. Elfa and I had General Michael Flynn on last week. And one of the first things he said is there is no plan. And I love this, because what it should do is light a fire under your ass. The idea that there is no plan, that Trump is basically shooting from the hip, that he's surrounded by snakes, the people around him that are keeping intel and information from him. I hope that this motivates the American people, because at the end of the day, we have a dilemma within MAGA, right? And this is the one thing that I need everybody to understand, because this is the message that I'm getting from people around me, from people I know. And it fits into what you're saying there, is that, we know Trump is taking certain actions to deter China or the MI6 or whatever intelligence apparatus is at work, or Venezuela, or Iran, or stopping the curtail the insurgency that's in our country, by neutralizing everybody else economically with tariffs, with military, the military surrounding their country, or whatever it might be. We've talked about this at extent. But the other side of it is the American people. And we have what I call the MAGA dilemma. One of the most destructive forces in American politics has always been sycophantic loyalty. The blind, unquestioning allegiance that marked not only the Obama and the Bush era, but also every administration where personality eclipsed principle. The mindset is fundamentally at odds with what the founders envisioned. Parties were never meant to be tribes, Republican or Democrat, were never meant to override citizen judgment. A constitutional republic requires constant civic pressure, not passive agreement. If the people do not speak, the system will speak for them. If citizens do not assert their voice, the system speaks for them. The American system is built to preserve its own momentum, not because of one man, not because of one administration, but because of the two broad power structures that have evolved over the decades. Number one is the lobby, a coalition of multinational corporations, foreign interests, institutional networks, financial powers, and ideological pressure blocks. They operate with money, influence, leverage, and access. The other one is the people. The vast majority of Americans whose influence comes from participation in government, the only force powerful enough to counter institutional drift. For 60 years, the lobby has been the group that has exerted pressure relentlessly. The other has spoken out loudly at moments, but rarely sustained unified strategic force. This is why people often find themselves angry at individual political figures for decisions they disagree with. Yet the broader system remains unchanged. Outrage without organization is noise. Outrage without structure doesn't translate into pressure. Outrage without coordination cannot overcome institutional inertia. Across the political spectrum, there are citizens who express disillusionment with certain political decisions. This raises an uncomfortable truth. Has the public allowed institutions to define their movements, their values, and even their expectations. If the public believes an issue is critical, yet there is no coordinated civic pressure, no organized campaign, no widespread collective demand, then the system continues on its default trajectory. Institutional behavior doesn't shift because of sentiment, it shifts because of force, all civic, economic, informational, political. When a government official remains in power despite broad dissatisfaction, one explanation is structural. Institutions respond to organized influence, not scattered frustration. When certain advisors or bureaucratic actors build more authority than expected, it reflects the gap between institutional power and civic pressure. Every administration, there are staffers, advisors, operatives who shape processes behind the scenes. Their influence grows when public oversight shrinks. Their decisions carry weight when civic pressure is absent. This phenomena is not tied to one party, it's structural. The recurring problem is not that Americans disagree with political decisions. It's Americans often express discontent without sustained organization that creates civic leverage. This is the one area where many people note a clear asymmetry between the Republicans and Democrats. The Democrats have mastered social organization, collective messaging, unified demands, coordinated action, narrative pressure. The Republicans remain fragmented, passionate, but decentralized, loud, but not structurally aligned. In a republic, the system does not move because people.
Ladies, I tried everything, teas, diets, even the pink salt trick, but nothing worked. Then I came across this 3-ingredient gelatin mix and it melted away my stubborn belly fat.
Show you right now. At 56, she says she finally felt good about herself in the mirror again, without giving up the foods she loves. I had my doubts too, until I heard the stories from women who are already using it. Many women over 50 have found a simple way to feel more confident in their own bodies. The secret? It's in the video I left right here. In just 30 seconds, you'll learn everything. You only need 3 easy ingredients, and they're probably already in your fridge. It's already past 21 million views.
People complain. The system moves because people organize. The moment any large civic movement, left, right, or otherwise, learns to unify its voice, articulate clear expectations, and sustain pressure, the entire architecture of the American power responds. It always has. People rediscover their authority the moment they recognize that silence is not neutrality, it is surrender. Now, let me add on to this. What I'm talking about here is, as a unified community just on X, we've canceled Budweiser. We've canceled Target, Cracker Barrel. To the point of Cracker Barrel, we had the President of the United States demanding that they revert their stores back. But let me ask you this, is how many people are demanding more declassification, the arrest of Hillary Clinton in a unified, and what I mean is in a unified voice, in an organized campaign, because I know we're all calling for arrests, but we're not doing it in a unified voice. We're not writing our congressmen, writing our senators, putting the pressure on Donald Trump to force his hand. That's what is required in a constitutional republic. That is the power. If we go back to, Donald Trump's 2016 acceptance speech, he says that we are removing the power from the corrupt bureaucrats and we are giving it back to the American people. Well, the question is are the American people capable of handling that power? And we're being tested and tried with this day in and day out. It is our job, it is our duty to organize and produce the civic pressure out there to get what we want out of our elected officials. They're elected officials, and when we speak up in a unified accord, they listen. Corporations listen. Why the hell wouldn't the government?
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Listen. And the Epstein files is a great example of this, and I believe that Donald Trump played a lot of 4D chess with this. But he knew that he couldn't go out there and release the Epstein files and order the direction of that, because a lot of people in the global community, whether powerful, whether donors, whether people in government already or world leaders, would be implicated in them. So he had to use proxy methodologies. One of those proxy methods was Elon Musk coming out and saying Trump's in the Epstein files. That created a massive organization within the left. And the left began demanding it. The left began going out there and campaigning for it, calling their politicians and saying that these records need to be released. All the politicians on the left came and started following in suit, to the point where Congress passed an almost unanimous bill to release these Epstein files, and Donald Trump signed it willingly, gladly. That's the type of civic pressure that we need to do when we want people like Susie Wiles removed from the White House, when we want Pam Bondi to get off her ass and arrest people, when we have 4 different grand juries impaneled in 4 different states, and we're not seeing any indictments. This is what we need to do when SCOTUS is going to have a big decision on whether Donald Trump's tariffs are legal or illegal. We need to produce that civic pressure and go out there because that's our part of the job. This is what it was all about. This is what taking back the domain of information was all about. It was about waking us up to the point, to the realization of our own power within the constitutional republic. That we have a constitutional republic and we are just as much a part of the government as Congress, Senate, and the executive branch. And that we, the people, need to stand up, step up, make our voices loud. We got to stay organized. We got to put that civic pressure on our politicians and force in order to have them do our will.
Yeah, wow. I agree with you 100%. And, this is why a lot of people, we talk about getting local, right? Also too, what are your thoughts? There's just so much going on. In your opinion, you're saying that MTG, no 45D chess, and General Flynn said that, but I think MTG, we have a lot of useful idiots out there, right? Like what was her part? What's her agenda, right? Where do you think moving forward? Are you feeling comfy and cozy? RT News reported, I think it's a Russian news, I don't know, but they reported that China, Russia, and the U.S., they enhance their technological, economic, and military dominance while they left Europe behind. What are your thoughts on that? That's what Kushner and Witkoff or Mitkoff is over there. They're over there with these meetings. That's a positive thing, right?
Well, what's interesting about Witkoff, and Kushner being in Russia is they're there at the exact same time that Li Wang, the second premier of China, is actually there meeting with Russian defense ministers. This is the second in charge in China meeting with the highest ranking military members about their defense cooperation agreements in Russia. At the same time, Kushner and Witkoff are talking about peace. Now, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it depends on the perspective. We can look at it in 2 different ways. We can look at it that, China is flexing their muscles towards the United States of America, that Russia's off limits and owned by them. That is one perspective look at it with. On the other side is that there could be secret meetings going on by the 3 major superpowers in the world about something that could be unfolding here in Venezuela, that there could be coordination actually occurring, right? And here's the thing is we don't know. That's the unfortunate part. We don't know.
Damn it.
But optically, I think that there's not a coincidence that all 3 of them were there at that point in time, China, Russia, and the United States, and that there was cross collaboration. I think that there are messages being sent and coordinated between them. And I think that comes down to something that we're seeing evolve right now in Venezuela. If people look at Venezuela, one thing you hear Donald Trump saying is any moment now, it's going to happen, any moment now. Well, that's the psychological warfare of Donald Trump. That's his 4D chess. He's trying to get the bad actors to make a move. He wants them to think that he's appearing weak, right? We got all this political pressure and that is coming down on him and Hegseth about their bombing campaigns on drug vessels, and Donald Trump, he's got Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving and MAGA's fracturing, and people are calling for people to be fired in his cabinet. That's appearing weak, but in actuality, he's really strong. And Maduro, we saw Maduro today actually cave, and Maduro is going to begin accepting their illegal immigrants back into Venezuela. This is huge because from what I gathered is that Trump was on the phone call last week, and this has been Trump's demand from Maduro since the beginning, is that Maduro needs to start accepting their illegal immigrants back into their country, but also all the intel pertaining to their migration and potential whereabouts in the United States needs to be transmitted as well. And so I'm assuming that is occurring at the same time, because we also have a lot of other things that are coming out. The Joe Biden administration, $350 million embezzled to Venezuelan generals to start the migration process of bringing their prisoners over to the United States. Like, this is huge. This is sedition and treason at the highest levels. And so you have to be very careful when you're treading in that territory. And I think that Donald Trump is playing this long game with Maduro because he knows that he can implement that pressure on Maduro. And Maduro is just a puppet for anybody out there who doesn't realize it. That Maduro knows that if he leaves Venezuela, he will find himself in American prison very fast. That if he extradites to Russia, he'll find himself in American prison. He extradites to China, he'll find himself in American prison. That no matter what he does, he's most likely going to be a dead man. And so he has to stick with the puppet masters that are playing him. But it's coming to the point where, as a leader of a nation, he has to make a decision. He has to either acquiesce and capitulate to Donald Trump, or his people are going to start turning on him at some point in time. I mean, one thing that the U.S. Navy does out there is it actually forms an embargo on Venezuela, is that a lot of the shipping and trafficking of Venezuela goods and services leaving.
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved my digestive system and my overall health. I am so pleased with this product. It has done so much and changed my life. I recommend this product to anybody with any kind of digestive or autoimmune disorders.
I'm Dr. Sergey Sorin, Medical Director of the Shili Sorin Wellness Institute. I'm about to give you the most valuable health tip I could possibly provide. If you or someone you love is living with ongoing health challenges, or
leaving Venezuela, the oil primarily, which is already sanctioned, are being halted. So Venezuela can only last so long economically without selling illicit oil under U.S. sanctions to China. And this pisses China off as well. And then there's other rumors out there of nuclear weapons and submarines. And, I think there's truth and speculation in all of that. I don't know which part is true. I'm actually trying to confirm some details. But I think that what we're seeing in Russia right now was actually, probably China, the U.S., and Russia privately, secretly meeting directly on this, talking about all of this and how to handle it and what's going on.
So before I take some questions, this will be my last one. So how are you feeling about the coming days, weeks ahead? Because we know, it's wild out there already. Things going to get a little bit more wild. But coming into 26 and, up to July 4th, the 250 year anniversary, how are you feeling, Josh, about what's to come?
Oh, I feel fucking amazing. Listen,
yay!
At the end of the day, the one thing to realize and understand is that America fails only if the people allow it to. Right? If a civil war broke out tomorrow, you would see, millions upon millions of Americans gathered in arms to secure our homeland. The left, I know there's a radical faction of the left out there. Their numbers are very, very small in comparison. I know that there's a lot of illegal immigrants, and there's a threat of what I would consider to be a firestorm type of event to occur. But you have to look at how Donald Trump is actually prepared directly for this. 20,000 troops still at the southern border. You have, 8,500 Marines in Puerto Rico. You have the U.S. Navy deployed in the Caribbean. All of those are U.S. military assets.
Oh, we lost you. Uh-oh. They zapped you. Are you there? They don't like what you're saying. You may have to go out and come back in, Josh. All right, everybody, we're gonna get to some questions here momentarily. I'd like to say hi to Carmen. What's up, girly? And for those of you that have a question, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll get you in here to ask Josh your question. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, I don't even remember where I was. I had full reception, full Wi-Fi.
No, they were zapping you. But no, go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, I forgot where I left off, but you know, at the end of the day, we can have fears that things are going to happen, and you know what? They just might happen. We might have, you know, this uprising of gangs and cartels and sleeper cells in the United States of America. But Trump has already pre-positioned the U.S. military, whether it's Puerto Rico, the Caribbean, the southern border, National Guard in various different states, to be instantly deployable anywhere in the United States of America within a matter of hours. That is something that in no other war front have we ever had.
So, and I agree with you 100%. So let's touch on that real quickly, since you touched on it a little bit about the sleeper cells, and, you know, because this is what is a lot that's being spewed out there about the fear, right? And it's it's kind of horrific if you listen to some of these people and the way they put it out there, which I think is absolute BS. But we know that they're out there, right? How do you think that's going to look? I mean, you're hearing people say go door to door, all that kind of stuff, like they did over there in Gaza, when Hamas and Hezbollah did all that shit. Like, I mean, that's terrifying for people, right? What can you say to this?
What do you mean by door to door? As like if radical Islamics start going door to door?
They're going to go to neighborhoods, go door to door. They're going to come in there and going to harm you and your family. It's just going to be blood in the street and all this kind of just BS that I don't subscribe to. I think it's just absolute. That's not where we need to be. We need to be trying to help people get out of that fear, right? So, but that's horrific.
It is horrific, and I mean, you know what? Is it a possibility? Listen. You will well know before that time frame if shit is happening. The reason I say that is because this isn't a third world country like most of the wars that we fought overseas. If you have an uprising within our country of, let's say, these radical Islamic terrorist groups that we know are here, that are sleeper cells, or even Tren de Aragua or cartels, what you're going to see is you're going to see groups of them. They're going to go out there. They're going to produce an active shooter type of situation with probably 5, 10, 15 shooters in a certain part of the city, which is going to produce an all-call situation for the police and law enforcement. Immediately after, 911 communication systems will go down, and then other groups of 5 to 20 will deploy across the city, taking over command and control infrastructure, taking over water, taking over electricity, taking over communications. They'll take over National Guard armories and police stations. Okay, that's the first part of what they would do. And then they would take over functioning command centers. So they would take over FEMA. They would take over local government organizations. They would take over state government organizations, because their objective isn't to massive impact of violence. Their whole objective would be to take over that state, to take over that city. And so we have to look at it a little bit differently, because warfare changes with your geolocation. And so before they ever start going door to door or anything like that, you would be well aware, well armed, and probably already formed in a militia. At least that's my perspective.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. Yeah, we gotta snub these people out there putting out that absolute terror out there, because I've had a lot of audience.
That's the first I've heard of it. I mean, them going door to door.
Yeah, no, I've had some of my audience members reach out to me, say they've listened to podcasts or heard in you know, whether it be chat rooms or in comment boxes, this type of thing happening, and you know, they're trying to get people to wake up, right? So this is not how to do it. So thank you, I appreciate that a lot. All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and go to questions. So if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. Blue, go ahead and ask your question, and then we can go to Anastasia. Go ahead, Blue.
I'll use the 30-minute rule, so that way we can go on to the hands. The 30-second rule is basically, and we have a 1-minute rule, so that way we can get through hands and we can get through questions. So the 30 seconds is, well, yeah, I did not know that they were going door to door. I'm going to one-up you one there, Josh. And who's funding all this? Arabella Advisors. Arabella Advisors, not only, you got to get rid of the cartel. In order to get rid of the cartel, you have to get rid of the mob. You got to get rid of the cabal. If you see where the money is going, when you look at Arabella, you'll see all this. And then when you look at the mafia, the mob, what is the name that came in the news that was in the mob that hasn't been seen in 100 years? Gambino. Gambino family was in part of this whole entire racketeering because they went after the NBA. Because we always said sports are rigged. What's going on in Venezuela? Votes. Our votes are being rigged. It's great that you mentioned sleeper cells because not everybody talks about sleeper cells. And well, how come our states are all messed up? Because we have sleeper cells that are distorting the voting system. Well, you want to know what? ICE wants to come in and clean out everything. That's why Trump is sitting there talking about, Minnesota and everything else. Why hasn't he mentioned New York? Why was there a shooting of 2 National Guards in D.C. after Trump went to a dinner and said, see, D.C. is safe?
This is my response to the sedition. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, go for it, Josh. Go for it.
Well, Arabella Advisors is one part of a much, much bigger infrastructure, right?
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
When you follow the money legally, you have what's called dark money channels. Dark money channels are basically what help to kind of fund things through proxy organizations legally without any exposure. The money that we're actually seeing fund a lot of these operations come from the illicit drug, human trafficking, and arms trafficking. This falls back onto the United Kingdom. It falls back onto MI6 and the deep state intelligence apparatus. And, when we start to understand who's controlling these networks and how their money actually comes about, an interesting part there, talking about the money, Jeffrey Epstein, the reason why they don't want to release the majority of the stuff on Jeffrey Epstein, I've talked in depth about the biowarfare campaigns that he was actually funding, but there's something else that's more intricate to national security. And that is that Jeffrey Epstein was basically a handler for very, very wealthy people and individuals for intelligence agencies, whether it was MI6, CIA, Mossad, it didn't matter. But he basically helped them to move money through illegal channels to legitimate channels. That's how he made all of his money. He would take money from human trafficking operations or drug trafficking or arms trafficking operations, and he was the middle manager who would get that into strategic investments that were legitimate, that would pay back interest and basically launder that money, clean that money over and around. And within this, there was an aspect of control that he had and influence over a lot of these people. That's how the deep state intelligence apparatus actually operates. Is through illicit money, illicit funding, and funding various terrorist organizations and allowing them to rise up, getting them the proper armaments and so forth, and keeping people in third world countries in terror by controlling their governments and their leaders, and then controlling their resources. And then their parent companies will come in there and absorb all the resources, and they'll make billions off of that. So it's this system that is at the core, in the center, that the globalists seek to protect, while Trump seeks to expose.
I think we lost some folks on what Arabella Advisors is. Can you please explain to the room what is Arabella Advisors and what? Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Arabella Advisors, excuse me, it's a dark money fund, if you want to look at it like that. So I think his name's Eric Kessler, is the head of the one who founded it. It's a for-profit consulting firm out of Washington, D.C. They have direct ties to George Soros, Bill Gates, and many other globalists. They've primarily funded through various different ventures that they've created. A few of them, Hopewell Fund, 1630 Fund, everybody remembers that one, New Venture Fund. All of these fund radical social action campaigns, whether it's green energy, whether it's diversity, equity, inclusion, ESG, which is the top component of DEI, which is environmental social governance, basically bringing about the globalist agenda. And they've been at the heart and matter of Black Lives Matter and the LGBTQ communities and Antifa in the context of funding.
Thank you, Josh. All right, Anastasia, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, Josh. When I see like Mark Warner going on, saying the things he's saying, and Mark Kelly on every news media speaking out, that they're allowing him to speak out. And what did they do to Trump when he was actually running for president? They put a gag order on him and tried to arrest him immediately and put him in court, so keep him away from the campaign. They were able to do all of this. I want to know if you know exactly what's happening with the seditious six, and if you have any inside information about what the plan is, because the real problem is, and we all know this, the media is one of the biggest problems, and Trump's been saying that for many years, the enemy of the people, and it's absolutely true. I live in California. I still talk to people who think
this is my
that the ICE is arresting, U.S. citizens because they say it on the media, and then they, how they do that. They get a narrative going, they get a phrase going, and then people just repeat it, even though it got debunked or whatever. They're still talking about that the illegal that they tried to kill these people on these boats, like the Venezuelan drug traffickers. The fact that, I just have so much to say. I'm just like, that people are allowed to go out there on the media, on television, and say these things is just mind-blowing. And it's one of our biggest problems. So, Josh, I have so much to say, but just tell us, do you know what they're going to do about Mark Kelly and all these other seditious, even the senators that are saying these things?
Good question. I appreciate it. And, it was like I was talking about with Alexander Vidman earlier, is him and Mark Kelly are both retired U.S. military officers, which means that they still fall under the jurisdiction of the UCMJ. And so my speculation is that at minimum, Mark Kelly, we already know, has an investigation opened up into him. He could easily be called back to active duty and face a court-martial, get a reduction in rank, even get prison time. I think that this type of reaction from the Trump administration needs to happen. Not only that, is that there's investigations being opened directly into the seditious six by Congress. And what they're going to look at is not necessarily the people involved, but where the money funding came from and who the organizers of this were. And because that goes back to them, and now you have more people, a conspiracy that's organized within, 18 U.S.C. 2357. So I think that if the Trump administration wants to make a point, they need to prosecute all of these individuals involved, including the people that funded it, produced it, and organized it. And then first thing they need to do is immediately go out there and reprimand these military officers who are retired who said these things. If they don't do anything, then I have other speculations on what's really happening.
Do you think that a color revolution could actually be carried out here in the United States? Because, we see police officers in Minnesota telling Somalis, how to, that the states, these Democrat states, are actually on the side of, as we know, the criminals, and they're just fighting us at every turn in all of these states. And then we have these senators even coming out now. Do you think that could actually happen?
No, most of the citizens are pussy-ass bitches that don't actually know what
hang on a second,
doing.
Max. Hang on. There's an order here. Hang on. Go ahead, Josh. You can respond.
Yeah. So let me help with that. It's not if a color revolution is going to happen. The color revolution is already happening. It is already well underway and into multiple phases. So that is already occurring right now. The question is what do we do about it?
I think I'm at the last phase where they actually remove the president. Do you think that could actually happen?
I think that we're a long ways away from that. If I was a betting man, with knowing that we're coming into December, it's the cold season, it's probably going to be a good 6 months before they probably throw all of their ammunition at Donald Trump. They want to do it at the highest point of Donald Trump's presidency, which would be the 250th anniversary of the United States. And so March, April, May timeframe of next year would be when they kind of take to the streets, begin their big protests, get people, rioting, paid riot.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
There's agitators, all of that type of stuff that kind of really foments that color revolution. That would be around that time period. Right now, it's about building the sentiment through psychological warfare and psyacs and psyops.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Anastasia. All right, CPAT Fish, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. And go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, Josh. Great to hear from you. So do you see some encouraging news? The encouraging news that they signed today was getting rid of the automobile green scam. And then the other encouraging news, which we've seen the last couple of weeks, is you have these huge donors that are donating to the ballroom. And then yesterday, that unique couple that's donating to the America's Act. Now, if we were to go back and link that to, is it possible that it's from EO 13848 and 13818, where ill-gotten gains through ill-gotten fraudulent and or dark monies are going to be paid back? And then they're put up on stage to show that they're doing this as these generous donors. Maybe that's a little bit of capitulation. Would you agree with any of that?
So I don't know if I would go to the extent that it's from the executive order from Trump's first administration that people involved in human trafficking operations can have all their assets seized, all of that stuff. I would say more that, number one, Michael Dell. Michael Dell hasn't been a name that comes up in a lot of conspiracy circuits because I don't think that there's too much of a conspiracy surrounding Michael Dell. But on the other hand, you get people like Bill Gates, who removes their money from Arabella Advisors on the day that he's meeting with Donald Trump. You get Intel that, a week before Trump met with Intel CEO, Trump was talking that the guy needs to be deported because he's corroborating with China. And then he comes back and gives the United States of America 10% interest in their company. I think that it's a lot of Donald Trump just in negotiating deals. That when you start to look at the global infrastructure in the context of how the New World Order was being formulated, you have to take into consideration that there's factions and each faction has their own ideology, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the reason why they're with what we would consider to be the globalists or the Illuminati or the cabal, the reason why they're aligning with them is not out of alignment. It's out of necessity. It's out of survival. And that when you have someone else that comes up and begins to threaten that infrastructure and dismantle their power base, those other factions become freed to do whatever they want. And what we're seeing is a lot of those factions actually aligning with Donald Trump.
Thank you, Josh. All right, let's see. Relay, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
All right, hey guys. Josh, got a statement, then a question, then I'll drop down. The statement is, do you find, I just find it interesting that the MAGA / media is now in the Pentagon, which is a good thing when all this is going to ramp up. Laura Loomer's already exposing shit from the Pentagon, trying to run the coup on Hegseth. So I just thought that was a great thing. It's a big change, and I think that's going to help the Trump admin having some back with, I think, Posovic's in there. I saw fucking the investigator guy was there also. Can't remember, his name's went blank. All right, my question is, do you think, am I crazy to think that soon as we get Venezuela wrapped up, and this is just my thinking, As soon as we get Venezuela wrapped up, then we'll start the arrest on corruption here in America, because I really think it's all tied to the cartel, has been for 20, 30 years, just similar how it was with the mafia. So I think that's when we'll start seeing arrests for politicians. What's your thoughts?
I think that it's going to be an ongoing process over the next 4 years. I don't think that, we're going to see, well, I hope that we see one big operation, one fell swoop, or, within a 30-day time period, everything comes tumbling down on their house of cards. I hope that's what we see. But I think that, this is going to be ongoing over the next 4 to 8 years in the context of investigations. And we got to remember how the DOJ operates. They operate very, very slow and lethargic. And, when you have a million or a few 100,000 employees underneath your belt, things don't move
Tell
very
that to
fast.
Panama in 1992.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah, we can absolutely just eliminate the leadership of Venezuela one by one, like we did in Panama. Nobody knows that war because they're too stuck up with all the Bushes.
Max, can Jason can he finish?
It's absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't take us 2 years to eliminate the power structure of Venezuela. We can do it with 8 bullets.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you once. Let Josh
Is it
finish,
disruptor?
please.
I
got it, Adam. Yep, Josh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, on the comments there, you're right. How long would it take us to defeat Venezuela? You're looking at maybe, 24 hours for complete domination over Venezuela, and then maybe a 3 to 6 month campaign, but that depends on the mission, goals, and criteria. What is the objective? Is the objective to take out the cartel's infrastructure? It'll be over in 24 hours. That's a bombing campaign. Is the objective to overthrow Maduro and install Machado? Well, then maybe you're looking at a longer campaign. Is the Venezuelan military even going to attempt to take on the United States of America, or are they going to lay down their arms? I think that most of them would lay down their arms and capitulate. I don't see that the Venezuela quote unquote conflict would last longer than a week at max. You have more naval power in that region than we ever did at any point in time during any of the Middle Eastern or Gulf War conflicts. And Donald Trump will absolutely fire missiles from every single ship at various different targets in that region. So the Venezuelan conflict isn't going to last very long. And I think that's one of the reasons Donald Trump is playing this, because he's given them the benefit of the doubt. Like, capitulate, you son of a bitch. Like, just give up. It's over. It's done with. This has already been over. And that really the globalists and Venezuela and their puppet masters are just slow to learn that.
Thank you, Josh. How you doing on time, Josh?
I gotta go. It's 6 o'clock. I gotta show prep dinner for the kids, so I do have to go right now.
Okay. All right, everybody. Josh, he was giving me 45 minutes, but he gave us an extra 15 minutes. So everybody, we'll get Josh back on here. And thanks for being here. Hang in there, everybody. Head up and stay positive. Stay out of the noise, everybody.
Where we go one, we go all. Right?
All right, guys.
Thanks, Josh.
Much love. Take care.
Thanks,
God bless.
Josh.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
God bless.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
I really love Josh Reed. He tells it like it is, in a very interesting manner. Kind of like I try to do, though he's 1,000 million times more knowledgeable than me. So there's that. Now, new people. I'm going to put something else on as promised. Hey, right up those stairs. While we're here, actually, I won't forget your video, Randall. I promised we'd look at Field McConnell because it's been so long. And we're already on the channel. And you can find Jenny's channel on, well, everywhere basically, but it's the Revival of America podcast on Telegram, Jay Jareed on Rumble, and Jenny Jareed on YouTube, last I knew. I need to look again.
Should you rethink butter? It depends. Butter is not butter. This
Can't believe it's
palm
not
oil, which is
butter.
almost all saturated fat. Second is canola oil.
Can you
The
believe
real
it's
reason you're
butter?
stiff after sitting.
You can live a very long time without getting old.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Field McConnell in the house, everybody. So please, if you have a question for Field, feel free to raise your hand, and I will unmute your mic at some point in this podcast. Or if you can't speak, go ahead and write your question underneath his picture on the wall of his book with his lovely wife, Denise, and write your question underneath the comment area. Also, too, for those of you that have asked about Field's books, reach out to me at the Revival of America at yahoo.com. I'll give you all the information on how you can either just purchase an individual book or the set of the books. So please reach out to me there. That's where I'm answering all of my emails, questions that you have, everybody, whether it be about Field, John, Carrie Kasem, Rick Anson, whatever it is. Send the emails there because I'm getting DMs everywhere, and I'm just trying to keep it simple, keep it in one spot, and that's at my email, the Revival of America at yahoo.com. Also, too, everybody, please be careful who you listen to, who you follow. A lot of stuff being put out there, a lot of BS stories that are being debunked. However, be careful. Latest couple stories that I've been hearing are a rift between Donald Trump and Kash Patel, and that Trump is supposedly going to replace him. That's not true. The press secretary came out today, Caroline Leavitt, debunked that. There's also another story going on out there about Pam Bondi in talks with some people about trying to get rid of our Second Amendment, basically take our guns away. That's bullshit. So, but people are standing behind this and they're pushing it, and the seditious six, what they are trying to do, and we're starting to see it, everybody, with that pathetic panic video they did, and they're bought and paid for, everybody. They found that Soros, of course, is behind this. They're puppets, everybody. They had a script, they went off the script, they did what they did, and now what their goal was to do was to try to get the military that are out there to go against President Donald Trump. So now what are we seeing? We're seeing videos of these ex-military veterans coming out, retired, whatever it is, coming out against President Trump, saying they stand with the seditious six, and that's what they are, treasonous. They stand with them and F Donald Trump, all this BS, everybody. So please, you've got to be really careful. This is exactly what their goal is. They're trying to divide us. They're saying MAGA movement's dead. It's not dead. Because if you guys think about it, if the MAGA movement was so dead, why do they have to hound on it so much and put more attention to the MAGA movement? It's not dead, everybody. It's not dead. Common sense would say, well, okay, well, if it's dead, we'll leave it alone. No, I mean, you're just bringing more attention to it, right? It's not dead. It's growing. Trump's support is growing. So please know that, everybody. It's confusing. People are coming to me saying they're so confused. And I've been telling you for a long time, if you're that confused, you just don't know, please follow Donald Trump's True Social account. He is pretty much telling you everything you need to know. He's putting out posts that refer to Q. He is talking about tribunals. He's letting you know that these people should immediately be jailed, and what is the death penalty for sedition. So everybody, it's crazy. Stupid Mark. Oh, I can't stand Mark Kelly. Oh, the senator here in Arizona. He's going on Jimmy Kimmel, everybody, in like that panic mode, right? To try to backtrack. Oh, I'm not stepping down. I push forward. And be careful, everybody. I'm telling you. And those people that are pushing the bullshit stories, shame on them. Whatever. Those are the people you need to not follow, everybody. And there's a bunch of them that are pushing these BS stories about Kash Patel and Trump, and then Pam Bondi, and then, of course, supporting the seditious six. So please be careful, everybody. Red flag right there for all of you guys if you're, again, confused on who to listen to or who to follow. Also, to everybody, if you come in late to the show here, you can follow the podcast on the podcast hosts, which are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, Amazon Music. Social medias are Jenny Dreed Facebook, at Jenny_Dreed X, at J Dreed Rumble, at J Dreed True Social, at J Dreed Instagram, The Revival of America right here on Telegram, The Revival of America on YouTube. And then go check out the website, therevivalofamerica.com. We've got my merch store over there. We've got Field's page, John's page, Rick Anson's page from Brain IQ Health, and then Carrie Kasem. So we're a little bit shorter, like I said earlier, on the podcast today because of just I'm hosting Thanksgiving. I've got family here. I've got a lot of stuff to do. So we're going to do an hour today. So I'm not going to speak anymore. I'm going to let Field is here. And I'm going to have Field tell us his thoughts about the seditious six, because we know Field has served our wonderful country in, I don't know, what is it, 3 different branches, Field? And so I would love for you to touch on this. How are you, Field? Blue button. Are you there, Field? Hello, hello, hello. Is your blue button not working today? You may have to go out and come back in. Also, to everybody, while we're waiting for Fields, there's a lot of bots. I'm finding out, speaking with a lot of people, there's a lot of bots. A lot of people are buying and paying for these bots for, their follows or whatever. And a lot of them are in these channels, and we're finding them. So, and there have been a few here in my channel. So like I tell people, if you guys are here, I'm glad you're here. I welcome you. We're giving a lot of great information, and the guests are consistent. The information's consistent. We've never wavered. But if you're here, great. But I'm seeing there's a lot of trolls. So if you enter into this channel and you get the request to join, and you're here, and I approve you, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the family. But if you're one of those, which there are many, you come in to just hear a guest, and then you leave the channel completely, you're more than likely going to get removed from the channel. I have removed over almost 7,000 people from my channel just because they were repetitive in coming in and then leaving and then requesting to come, hang on a second, Bill, and then requesting to come back in. So if you're here, I highly encourage you to stay. If you come and go, you're more than likely going to get removed. But if you don't know that that's how I run my channel, then let me know via DM or my email at therevivalofamerica@yahoo.com, and we'll rectify it, because many people don't know, but I run my channel that way, everybody, because of these bots, these trolls, and these agitators. They're doing a lot of harm to people. So that's the reason why I keep it private and why I have you guys request to join, because I'm trying to keep as many of these trolls and pieces of shit out of my channel. So with that, Field, I hear you. Go ahead.
Well, you're going to hear me some more, because I've authorized myself for an F-bomb. How do you feel about that, Jenny?
Let her rip,
well, these fuckers. No, these seditious six pig fuckers, they don't know what hat I'm wearing today. And I've got 2 people in my home office with me right now. And Jenny, you know both of them. You know one of them better than the other one. And then I've got a 3rd team member over in England listening in. And they're going to be surprised, because I've never dropped an F-bomb without permission before. But even if you hadn't authorized it, I was going to say these dumb fuckers that try to tell the president he's not in charge, they got to pull their heads out of their asses, because when you said I served in 3 military branches, you were right. First the Navy, then the Marine Corps, then the Air Force. And I served for 26 years. And there were two occasions where I had to tell a commanding officer to go F himself. And I did it gleefully.
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has great.
And it really didn't, it didn't play well with them. And so I was telling a commanding officer of VT-25, a training squadron in Beeville, Texas. And believe it or not, the name of that base I was on was Chase Field. Well, you can chase Field all you want, but you're never going to catch him. And I've got my fuck around and find out hat on in honor of your selection for this show, the Seditious Six. Maybe these guys didn't graduate from high school and they might not know what seditious means. But there's no limitation, no statute of limitations on fraud or murder or child trafficking. And these members, and they're supposed to be sworn. If they're in Congress, they're supposed to take an oath. And I don't know what oath they took other than to bend over and smoke dope. But, you know, and notice I didn't say Barry Swatero. But on the other hand, Jenny, for 16 years, I've been driving a silver hearse with Barry Swatero, Punahou 79 on it. And people have sometimes asked me, who's Barry Swatero? Are you Barry? I said, no, that's Obama. And Obama and I have nothing in common. I like girls. And you know what? Barry Swatero, who goes by the name Obama, went to my high school. And when I say my high school, I graduated from Punahou School in 1967. And he graduated in 1979. So he's just a young boy compared to me. And I'm a wizened old man. And I can lock horns with him and his husband, Big Mike. And what a sloppy operation that White House administration was. A gay president that used to be a male prostitute at Punahou, fact check it and find out I'm right. He liked to grab his ankles. Not me, I like to kick his ass. And he may not know it yet, but he will be executed for treason. It's just a matter of when and how. There's another group of people, and some of these might be in the houses of Congress and Senate, that are guilty of child trafficking. There's no statute of limitations on that either. But I would ask one of our chat room members to find out and then either confirm or deny that there's no statute of limitations on child trafficking. But President Trump, who is our president, whether you like him or not, first of all, if you like him, great. If you don't like him, your vote doesn't count. So buzz off. Take a hike. And notice I didn't say kiss my ass because there's a lady in my office right now. There's also a gentleman, and they don't like it when I talk dirty. But, you know, when you said I was in 3 branches, let's be a little bit more specific. Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, in that order. Only one of those 3 branches can go kick ass anywhere in the world on the orders of the president, and they don't need Congress to bend over and sample the pudding. Where did that come from? Anyway, no, I've just today, if you know, sometimes people say God works in mysterious ways. I shorten that because I was in the Marine Corps. God works, and I work for him, and I work for President Trump. Unbeknownst to most of the listeners, when a person retires as a Marine Corps officer, they're continually subject to recall at the pleasure of the president. And this is the best president I've ever lived through. And I watched my first election, and I said, in case, what's that woman's name that was running for president? Anybody
Camel
remember
toe.
her? Oh, what did you call her?
You call her camel toe.
Yeah, she is camel toe. And she worked her way to the top by working on her back with a black judge. Now, does it matter he's black? Nope. I'm white, he's black, there's brown people, there's red people, there's yellow people, but we're all people. And we should all get along with each other and respect the commander in chief. And if you don't like him, then go to the poll next time and vote against him. But I'm not going to be voting against him. I don't even like politics, but he's not a politician. He is an executive, and he's kicking ass and taking names, and I'm helping him. And if somebody would say, Field, what do you think you can change? I said I could change my Depends if it was full, but it's not. So I'm not going to change it. But what I have changed, and Jenny, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on your podcast live, but George H.W. Bush didn't die of old age. He was executed. And what was my relationship to that? Well, I'll tell you, and I'm very private about what I do, but sometimes when people are telling the president to, go against the mandate under which he was elected, he's subject to the Constitution, just like I am. But the difference is, some people think Trump was never in the military. And depending on what you think, you're either right or wrong. But he was a leader at the New York State Military Academy, or whatever they called it. And he was like a brigade commander. So even as a young man, he demonstrated leadership skills. And I bet if we had a show of hands, not many people in the chat room right now, but I'm always surprised at the quality of the chat room you attract, Jenny. There's a fair amount of your chat room that probably know who his biological father was, but not many. I do. And believe it or not, Donald Trump and his wife Melania, in equal measures, they sort of like how I roll. How's that for showing how young I am at heart? How I roll. Yeah. No, I came to your show today. I saw your text, and you said, would you like to talk about the seditious six? And I turned to the lady next to me at Molly's restaurant 2 hours ago, or maybe a gentleman. I forgot already. Yeah, I forget everything except how to hang these guys high with freshly shaved balls. I'm glad you picked this subject. Yeah, well, I got a song that I need to sing. If you laughed at that, you're going to laugh at this. Shave his balls with a rusty razor, shave his balls with a rusty razor, shave his balls with a rusty razor, early in the morning. That's the kind of songs that Marines sing in unison when they're running or they're marching. And you know what? Marines don't run away from the battle. They run to the heat of the battle, and they win. And that's why when I told on one of your shows, I believe, it could have been an Able Danger show, but I made the point of telling 5 pedophile judges in Wisconsin who tried to take my 100 acres and my 5-bedroom house from me and turn it into a weekend retreat for disadvantaged youth, what that means, according to these creeps, and I mean the bad people that vote against good people, in this case, the president, by the fact the president's commander-in-chief of the military, he's always presumed to be a good person. And almost always those who presume that are wrong. But now we've got the third term. Term of Donald Trump, if you count 46, because he was POTUS 45, now he's POTUS 47. Okay, who was POTUS in between? It was Trump, because the idiot from Delaware who can't find his shoes and socks in the morning, so he probably goes to the breakfast restaurant barefoot. I mean, he's mentally ill, and I think he's also clinically dead. That's not a threat. That's an observation, and it's my opinion. And if somebody can find a recent live picture of Joe Biden, I'll retract that. But I just gave a pretty powerful run-on sentence, and I know that bores the people that don't understand why I do that. And why I do it, it gets results. It does. It makes Jenny laugh, and it makes people that are opposed to Trump cry. Over to you, Jenny.
I love it, Phil. That I'm over here laughing when you're singing that song. So good times. I mean, we need to laugh, right? So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like making you laugh, and it's nothing special about you, Jenny. Although you're the kindest, most well-respected podcast host of which I'm aware. And I want to thank you publicly for allowing me to present my views on your platform. And, you know, when it's time to rip somebody a new asshole, I'm just the guy that can do it. And I'll get back on to George H.W. Bush. He didn't die of old age, and I was involved in accelerating his execution, honestly. John McCain, do you remember him? He was from Arizona, just like you, Jenny.
Yep. No name McCain.
Yeah, no brain McCain. He considered himself a military hero. Let's focus on him, you know, delicately. Right before well, never mind. But I was going to use a rusty razor in punishing him, but I forgot he's dead. So they've shriveled up and gone away, just like he shriveled up and went away. I'm still amazed to this day that the McCain family, specifically his snobby wife that was a Bronfman, and that means she was related by marriage to Canadian alcohol sales. And listen, I'm no stranger to alcohol, but there's a time and a place for everything. And maybe, Jenny, maybe you'll come to the very first meeting of the Children's Crusade, which I know will be held in Fort Worth. I don't know when. It's going to be, I had to suspend the Children's Crusade, even though my wife Denise and I were kicking ass and taking names. And some of those names are dead now. And so be it. There's no statute of limitations on child trafficking or fraud. And if you want to go to the corner of child trafficking and fraud, it's located in the halls of Congress. And the shadow government was here, just like Barry Soetoro. Oops, I slipped. I mean Obama. Obama's commission was to destroy the United States of America. Well, he's got a little bit of a problem. It's called the United States Marines. He can run and try to hide. Doesn't matter. The Marines can go in any country they want without permission, and more importantly, without the approval of Congress. Congress needs to STFU. I'm not going to say what that stands for, but if Congress doesn't know their job, they should probably learn their job and re-swear their oath. I've sworn oaths 4 times. Once on the 14th of February of 1967. And I've never told anybody in the world what oath I took on the 14th of February of 1967, with one exception. My wife, Denise, she was the only human I ever told. And then she took that knowledge to the crematorium with her, and she never shared it with anybody. And how do I know that? Because I know her. I know her character. She was the most kind person I ever met, male or female. And God was so gracious to me that he let me share 5.5 years of her life with me. And I've got 2 monuments in my yard, and I think I've sent you a picture, Jenny. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've got a marble monument to Denise Irene Clark McConnell that was planted a couple of years ago. And then I felt sorry for her being, she's not there. She's not under her monument, or maybe she is. That's a question I'll answer in court under oath. But I don't think any judge wants me in his courtroom, because I kick ass and take names. And if they don't like it, talk to the president. I'm working for him because I'm a retired Marine officer, and Marines don't take shut up lightly. They, a Marine might say something like, "You want me to be quiet? Come over and quiet me down if you think you can." But if you're one of those 5 pedophile judges that wanted my house and my 100 acres, you're shaking in your boots again, because I know your name. And there's one of those 5 pedophile judges that had me in the jury box. Unfortunately, I was selected to be on the jury, and the case was a stepfather who abused his 15-year-old stepdaughter. And that doesn't go well with me. That brings up the idea of doing a little trimming with a rusty razor. But I don't want to go too far off the deep end, and I really don't want you to I don't want you to laugh so hard that you might have a little bit of an accident, because even women can do that. I know, because I've got a woman medical professional in my office right now, and she corrects me when I misspeak. But I don't misspeak very much. And I'll just say, for the pedophile judges out there that have allowed child trafficking on a wide scale in the United States of America, I should have my picture taken, and one of you guys can take a picture. We'll send it to Jenny later, of my FAFO hat. About 30 minutes before the show started, I opened a UPS container, and there was a fuck around and find out cap, and I'm wearing it right now. And if some pedophile judges think that they're capable of defeating a Marine, I can teach them they're not. Okay, over to you, Jenny.
I love that. I would love to see that that hat. That would be super cool. So, Fields, since we don't have any hands up and no questions, which is surprising, but at the end of the day, it is Thanksgiving week, everybody, and I know the participants here are a little bit low, but people are enjoying their families, and I hope that all of you do enjoy your friends and family. Take some time off from all this stuff. And just enjoy, because really at the end of the day, there's more good happening than there is bad. But man, they're hounding on the bad. So with that, everybody, I would love for you, Fields. Oh, well, here's a question here real quickly. Go ahead, Becky. I'm going to unmute your mic. Go ahead, Becky. Your mic's unmuted.
Yes, I just jumped on and I forgot you guys were on today, but I have a question for Field. I am near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and about 2 weeks ago, there was an Amazon plane crash. And one of the pilots was from the reserve unit, the 445th reserve unit here, the cargo 17s that are here.
C-17, go ahead.
Well, there was a list of different people that had died from the 445th reserve unit, and they listed a pilot from 9/11 for the Pennsylvania, the plane crash. I don't remember what the number was. So here we have 2 different pilots from, and I just thought, wait a minute, I didn't think there was a plane crash. So why would they publicize that?
Well, if you're saying a 9/11 plane in Pennsylvania, you're talking about United 93. Are you there, Becky?
Right. Yeah, but I thought there wasn't a plane that crashed there.
Oh no, there was a plane that crashed there, and it was blown up with Smacksonic insulation, and that was cold-blooded murder. And if you figured out who the chief of or the chief executive officer, which is the president during 9/11 is guilty of treason. And I've rattled off many times on various interviews, and I'm going to rattle them off right now off the top of my head because I don't believe in prepping unless it's preparation H and I'm looking for congressman. Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank
Phil.
you,
I'm
Jenny.
sorry.
Oh, no. I love it. I love hearing you laugh because that sends a subliminal message to these people who think they're going to defeat the United States of America. It's never going to happen. Barack Obama was installed as the president, even though he is not even an American. And I've been driving a hearse with his name on it, Barry Spatero, Punahou 79. I've been driving it for 16 years with his real name in the back of the hearse. And believe it or not, no pedophile judge has hired a killer to kill me. Although I did have 4 murder threats in 2019 on November 4th when I was arrested by 7 Pierce County, Wisconsin sheriff deputies, and they arrived at my office in 5 police cars. And I saw it all taking place. I was aware of what was about to happen. I didn't know the details, but I smiled to myself because having a wise guy grin in front of 7 police officers, that's not a very good way to start the rest of your life. So I just went up to the police officers and I said, good afternoon, gentlemen. This is my office you're standing in front of, and my name's Field McConnell. Is there something I can do to help you? One of the police officers said, yes, Mr. McConnell, turn around and put your hands behind your back. And I thought, oh, that's not very cheery. But I did as I was told. And then I started hearing rumors that I had just been taken into protective custody, not punitive custody. Big difference. And I know who authorized it. And I know that I should not mention that person's name, so I won't. But I will someday publicly, maybe at the very first meeting of the Children's Crusade in Dallas, Texas. And I'd like to think that might be in the middle of spring of 2026, but we'll find out. But yeah, so I was put into protective custody, and there's a lot of people that are thought to be dead that they're in a protective custody program known as Gone with the Wind. And we'll find out who they are shortly when their names are released. But Becky, I don't even remember your question. Oh, yes, I do. It involved the Pennsylvania Flight 93, and you had a question about whether it actually crashed or not. Yeah, it crashed, and there was I just remembered her name. I can't believe my memory. The lady's name who witnessed the plane crash was Susan McElwain. And the FBI came knocking at her door within an hour and said, excuse me, Mrs. McElwain, did you make a statement in a recording this morning about an aircraft crash, meaning United 93? And she said, yes, I did. And then one of the FBI guys said, no, you didn't. That's your new answer to that question. So don't be saying, yes, you did, because you didn't. And she said, yeah, I did. And he said, you don't understand what I am telling you as a member of the FBI. You did not see United 93 crash this morning. And Susan McElwain, her name's, see, my name's a Mac name too. But her name's a little hard for me to pronounce because when I do the first syllable, I try to say Connell, McConnell. But she's McElwain. And I'm very proud of her as an American. She was telling the FBI, no, I'm not going to lie for you. And I'm telling the President Trump and the military white hats, no, I'm not going to back down for you. I'm here to win and defeat people that are trying to destroy. There's a great song by, let me think of who did it, Tennessee Ernie Ford. It goes like this, and I don't have a good singing voice, but I'll try to fake it. This is my country, land that I love. This is my country, blessed from above. I'm not going to punish you guys with my voice anymore. But Becky, did I come close to answering your question, which, by the way, I thought was a very good question?
Because I know that there weren't any planes at the towers and in the Pentagon, I guess. So this kind of threw.
No, wait. You can say but you obviously don't. The Pentagon was a privately owned A-3 Sky Warrior, which is a 2-engine carrier-based attack bomber. And you can just think of the name John McCain as I tell you more. But there were airplanes, and I know what you're saying about the Twin Towers. A lot of people think that was CGI, and they might be right. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I know that 757 that was piloted by Captain Jason Dahl. And he was such an enemy of the deep state that after they killed him, while he was flying United 93, and there were 3 people that witnessed it, when it blew apart in the air, it was flying upside down at treetop level. And that can only be done by technology. No America, and I'm talking about no pilot in America would fly a airliner upside down, even if they thought they could, because it's against regulations. And I know so much about regulations of flying that I've actually broken almost all of them. And you know what? If you want to fuck around, find out.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family.
But there's a video out there, and I can't honestly tell you off the top of my head. Well, I think I can. If somebody were to Google world's lowest air refueling and Field McConnell, that video should pop up. And if not, Jenny, I will send it to you after the show, which reminds me, it's about 11:38, and I want to make sure you either shut down this show a little early so you can be with your family and finish your preparation for Thanksgiving, because just because we're kicking ass and taking names and okay, well, thank you. Yeah, well, I think that the question from Becky is a very good question, but all of us, I mean, the 3 people in my office right now, and you, Jenny, when we say on a recorded podcast that we know, we better prove we know. And saying you know something doesn't mean you do. And I don't mean to be unkind to you, Becky, but there was no 757 at the Pentagon. There was a Raytheon Corporation, and they're based in Phoenix, I believe. Somebody could Google that.
Yeah, Raytheon is down in Tucson.
Oh, good enough. That's where the military storage facility is, where they keep all the surplus or obsolete military weapons. And one of the ones I flew in the Fargo, North Dakota Air National Guard is the last member of the F-4 Phantom fleet at Fargo. There's only one left down there. And as luck would have it, I flew it at a competition when I was an active member of the Fargo Air National Guard. And so, Donald Trump could assign that aircraft to me and I could keep it airworthy. And people say I'm getting messages. So maybe it's the pedophile judges calling me to tell me to shut up. Well, I'd tell them to F-O. And that's not flying, officer. That's buzz off with a little different language. Yeah, no, I am an old U.S. Marine, and I swore an oath. I swore 4 of them, and I never broke any of them. And I'm not going to start at this age because I think it's my rightful due to die of old age sometime, not in a hostile and felonious act. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. Did that work for you, Becky? Did that answer work for you?
Well, yes, because I remembered seeing the plane debris in the field, and then I don't know, something come up, in all of this awakening period that there wasn't a plane from somebody that obviously didn't know because they were just doing some kind of a tour through there. But yeah, thank you. I just and I understood something hit the Pentagon, so I didn't know what it was, but and so you clarified that. But thank you. And sir, I am an Old Navy corpsman. We took care of the
Old Navy what?
Corpsman.
Oh, corpsman, yeah. Yeah, you're medics. And in fact, the Navy corpsman. What's that?
We took care of the Marines.
That's exactly what I was going to say when you started talking again. The Marine Corps doesn't have medics because they only have people that are willing to engage the enemy and kill them. That's what Marines do, and they can do it. Here's a little learning taking place for the chat room. The Marines can be sent into combat with no notice to the Congress, and that separates them from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. But the Marines can go anywhere and kick ass and take names and kill people with no permission from the Congress, because the Congress is a bunch of elected people that, to a large degree, during the years of the deep state, they didn't do their jobs. They didn't work for America. They worked against America. Case in point, how in the world did Barry Soetoro, who some people are so ill-educated, they think he might have been born in Kenya. No, he was born at the Peace Arch Hospital in British Columbia. And I never can remember the name of the town, but it has the word sand, S-A-N-D, or Sandy, in the title of the city. And that's where Obama, not Big Mike Obama, little twerp Obama, that's where he was born. And his parentage is rather dodgy, which is an English expression, and it means illegitimate. And he is illegitimate. But don't get me started on Barry Soetoro. We'll be here for hours, and Jenny has to work on her preparation for tomorrow's Thanksgiving. And Jenny, whenever you want to tell me to be quiet and shut up and go away, you can say any of those things, and I'll say happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Over to you, Jenny.
No, you're good, Field. We got about 20 more minutes, everybody, so I've got some hands here. So, Aaron, SV, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted.
Happy Thanksgiving and blessings of love and light. Field, 2 things. Cornville, Arizona. No Name McCain has a compound there. And I saw that Hunter Biden had a DUI arrest that was corrupt. But when I saw the film about it in the video, they had a Gadsden flag, which really, really bugged me, for one. But number 2, the one that extradited you, I just came across it on Telegram X from the Rubber Duck. Wasn't that Pam Blondie?
I don't know, and I'm not even sure if the Pam Bondi, who's the Attorney General right now, is the same Pam Bondi that was in Florida. It's specifically in Fort Lauderdale. But I was extradited by two governors, one from Florida. That guy's name, I even though I've got a mind like a steel trap, I have a difficult time remembering the names of traitors. But Ron DeSantis, that's okay. And Ron DeSantis, it appears, has a body double playing his part now. And he's, Florida. And the other guy that participated in the criminal extradition of me was the governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, who knows I'm breathing down his neck. And he's elected to not run for re-election, which is good because that would have been a waste of fake ballots or real ballots, whatever ballots they're using in Wisconsin next time around. But I don't know the truth. I put somebody to sleep in my office. I can hear snoring, and it's not from a guy. but anyway, Pam Bondi, she'll reveal herself one way or the other. They can't get away with treason anymore. And they cannot, not especially under this administration. There's no statute of limitations on fraud or treason or murder or criminal child trafficking. And to my definition, any child trafficking is criminal child trafficking. And if you put all the child traffickers in a secure compound like a prison and put in 10 Marines by dinner time or lunchtime, the child traffickers would all be dispatched, meaning dead, and then the Marines would go out and have a nice meal and take a nap.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
So, yeah, this is sort of like a coded suggestions to child traffickers: either discontinue that crime or get out of the United States of America. I think that's... go ahead.
Sorry, Field, real quickly, I want to say something about a lot of these people, everybody. We know there's a lot of useful idiots out there, right? So whatever, I know, Trump has called out Pam Bondi a few times in the sense of let's get it done, let's do your job type deal, whatever. I think we got to just kick it back and watch this unfold, everybody. Whatever it is that they are supposed to do in this movement, right? We have a lot of, and I'm not calling her a useful idiot, so don't, it's not you guys, but some people will twist the words. I'm just saying that we know we have a lot of those out there, that people are making deals to help get this movement to take it down, out with the old, in with the new, right? So just, and then, same thing, there's just a lot of people, I do believe that there are some people that surround Trump to this day that are compromised. However, I do also say and believe Trump is 1,000 steps ahead of these people, and he knows. So in order for them to maybe leave a legacy, whoever it may be, I'm not calling out any one person. You leave a legacy, then people won't know what your crimes were and what you did. You help me take down these people, or you don't. We take you out now and we reveal who you truly are. So, that's kind of my thought process. So I do believe that, we're going to see a lot of things. I mean, we've been told some of the people we thought were bad may be good, and vice versa, that are good, that are actually bad. So, you can do some research into Pam Bondi's past. So, and, use your discernment, everybody, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I did say at the beginning of this podcast, people are saying that Pam Bondi's coming out saying she's going to try to take away our guns. That has been debunked. That's not true. So, so we got to be careful what we're listening to, because there's a lot of crap out there, everybody, and they're pushing really hard because they know that they're losing. They're grasping at straws. Mark Kelly is out there posting all these veterans or people in the military that are quote unquote supposedly standing with him and agree with him. He's desperate. He knows he is here. I mean, he's being pushed up against the wall. So, but this is what we're going to start seeing, everybody. They're talking about, the Clintons, that they blew up their hearing that they were supposed to do, right? So there's just it's coming to the forefront, everybody. So just get prepared, but just use your discernment and don't necessarily fall for the story of whatever somebody's putting out there, right? Do your research, look into it, because everything you need to know is there. And always, guys, go, if you're not on True Social, get on True Social, follow Donald Trump. If you're really wanting to know, like, he is really putting it out there, and he has been a lot more these days than before. He was very cryptic, very coded. But hang in there, everybody. It has to be this way, because guess what? They're showing their true colors. You get them up here, they're in the limelight, they're doing their thing, and then all of a sudden, oh, boom, some light goes off, and then we start doing the research, and then here we go. Just kind of like the same thing with MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. What is that all about? I don't know. I'm watching it unfold. I'm on the fence with that one, but I'm not going to go out there and say for sure I know this, right? There's a lot of back and forth on that one. So hang in there, buddy. Use your discernment. That's all I can say. Kick it in high gear.
Jenny, I have a serious question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Were you ever in the Marine Corps?
No.
Because you talk, walk, and think like a Marine, and Marines can take hostages, but they'd rather just, remove the breathing apparatus and let the body rot. The Marines don't attack innocent people. And if I were a pedophile, which I'm not, I have 10 grandchildren and I have 4 children that are adults. And, but, the Marines are pretty good males or females. And if a Marine sees somebody abusing a child, they won't wait for a commanding officer to say, go attack that guy. They'll just, try to look him off. And what I mean by look him off is don't stare at him as you walk up to strangle him.
Well, Field, I come from a military family, and I'm just a person. I don't many of you that know me, I don't deal with bullshit. I'm very black and white. I don't do drama. I'll call you out on it. I can see it a mile away. I just don't have time for it. The world is too fucked up as it is. Excuse my language, but I just don't I don't have time for the petty bullshit. We're not in high school. I've never been really that person that likes to deal with drama. I just get rid of it real quickly. So, and being a business owner and being in a business, mortgage and real estate, you kind of gotta see those things from a distance, right? Because you have a lot of shysters, and you got to see through the bullshit. So, I learned a long time ago, and I think that it was when probably I got out of high school and stuff like that, and started my careers, because I've done so many. It's mainly been marketing and sales. But you learn how to, you learn, just life experiences, everybody, for sure. But, if you know me, I don't deal with bullshit. I will call you out. And if that's why I do what I do with my channel here, everybody. I'm not about, if you follow me, great. If you don't, that's okay too. But if you listen to the message, I'm more about the message than anything. If you're listening to the message, then that's great. But I'm not here for the follows. I'm here for the message. So, which that's many of us, right? Because I still have my day gig. That's what pays my bills. So I don't have time for it right now. We're trying to save the world. So here we are.
Well, we're going to save America first. But that's not because we like America most. It's because we live here. And so there's more than adequate people that are ready to stand up and defend America and simultaneously tell the pedophiles that they might want to, go find another country to live in because they're not welcome here. And that includes a judge that had me in his jury box. And the judge, looked to the 12 of us and asked us one question. Do any of you 12 people in the jury box have a personal history of pedophilia? And I tried to look as nervous as I could. And I'd started to put my hand up, then I'd pull it down, then I'd put it up, and I'd pull it down. Pardon my hiccups. But anyway, the judge could see I looked nervous, and it looked like I wanted to talk. And so some of your listeners know what a TF is, and I'm not going to say it now because it's a little colorful, but I TF that judge. I looked nervous, which Marines don't get nervous much. And he looked down at his cheat sheet because judges don't know enough to not realize that some of us can observe behavior and know it's wrong. And if you need a cheat sheet to know my name, then you're not much of a judge. This guy, who is a pedophile, by the way. Yeah, no
go
kidding.
figure.
Oh, well, yeah. There's a lot of judges that are pedophiles. It's a protection racket for each other. Well, didn't I just
And
hear
we're
you say
seeing-
something like, go ahead?
We're seeing a lot of those judges being pulled to the forefront. Too, everybody. So pay attention to that.
Well, I'll pull them to the fore. There's 5 judges right here. There's one I can't identify the one I almost named the city, but there's only one judge in that city. So I would be effectively fingering him. And I'm talking, isn't that the color? Why don't more Americans have a vocabulary? Yeah, fingering someone means identifying them by pointing at them. Yeah, and I'll point at any pedophile judge and say, as long as you like boys, why don't you come over here and kiss my ass?
Amen.
Because I'm not subject to them. I'm subject to Jesus Christ and the Constitution of the Constitutional Republic of America, period. That's who's in charge of me. And people could say, oh, Field, you better shut up or you're going to end up dead. And I say, I've been hearing that for 40 years. And I've been telling authorities that are abusing their authority to basically kiss my ass. I'm not doing it. And sometimes people don't like Marine Corps behavior. But the reason I asked you, Jenny, if you were ever in the Marine Corps, it's because you walk, talk, and think like a Marine. And, more power to you. And go ahead.
Well, thank you, Field. Also, too, I think it's, I was, single mom, too. So, raising my kids, a single mom, you got to kind of learn stuff, and you're walking that walk by yourself and with your kids. So, that gave me a lot of insight, too, of kind of the BS that we're living in this world. But yeah, for sure, when this all happened back in, I don't know how long I've been on this journey, 7-8 years, but I learned a lot when they shut us down. I think that's when a lot of us went and started doing the research, because I was like, this isn't right. This is just not right. So this movement has not only opened our eyes to so much, but it's made us become self-thinkers, researchers. This has been a mental boot camp, everybody. I tell it to my audience all the time. We have been in mental boot camp, and we've been repeatedly told to prepare for this. And guess what? What did we prepare for? For what we are walking in today and moving forward, because we are in it, everybody. We haven't hit the precipice yet, but I believe it's coming. I believe it's at our fingertips, days, weeks, I don't know. It's I believe we're closer than ever, everybody. So I've got three more questions here, Field, and then I gotta pop off. So let's see. Who was next? I think it was Mark Levy. Go ahead.
Hi guys, how y'all doing? Happy Thanksgiving to you, Field, and to you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Just before I ask my
Thank you.
question, I wanted to piggyback the Pam Bondi thing. If we're in a military operation, which I believe we are, then I would
We
call
are.
Pam Bondi is nothing more than a fluff ball. Okay, that's what I call her, a fluff ball. Okay, all the big stuff is being handled by the military, and even the Comey and the Letitia James, where the judge has already ruled in their favor. Mortgage fraud and lying to the Congress, that's the least of their crimes. So I think that it's just Pam Bondi is a fluff ball. That's my comment on her. She's just there. She's just part of the movie, whatever you want to call it. My question, Field, I don't know that anybody's ever asked you this question, and I've been thinking about it. I am a flat earther, and I'm a flat earther for the reason of these Satanists that rule the world have inverted everything. I'm going to ask you a simple question.
And I'm going to give you a straightforward and honest answer. Go ahead with the question.
Have you ever seen any curvature in your flying career?
Yes, I saw at 57,000 feet one day in an F-4 Phantom, I could see that the Earth was a globe. I was up high enough. Oh, and by the way, just for people who like regulations, the regulation for an F-4 at that time was you can't fly above 50,000 feet without a pressure suit on, like an astronaut suit. Guess what I did? I went up there anyway, because I didn't join the Marine Corps or the North Dakota Air Defenders, to be a pussy. I joined them to be a leader of men and a slayer of enemies. And that came to me naturally when I was at the Naval Academy, because my class, the class of 71, had a Latin script on our rings. It said Duces, D-U-C-E-S, Duces Virum, V-I-R-U-M. That says leaders of men. And of course, later in the early 80s, it became leaders of men and women. But yeah, I can guarantee anybody that wants to listen that the Earth is round. And I can teach them that mathematically because of my background of navigating around the world in wide body aircraft. But anyway, Jenny needs to go pretty soon. So any other question you want me to try to answer?
No, that's good. You've answered the question I wanted to know.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
All right, Miss Laura 17, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks, Field, for all you've done. Thank you for your service. You too, Jenny. I really don't have a question, just a comment, because you were talking about Pam Bondi, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I know I wanted to mention Mamdani too. There is a website, IMDb, that is where actors are listed, and I know that because my nephew is an actor, and he's on there as well. So they're all on there. Some of them are actors, some are writers and directors. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a director and a writer, and the other two are actors. So go look it up, guys. We're watching a movie. Thank you, guys.
Yes, and that's why we hear Donald Trump say central casting all the time, everybody. So I'm very familiar with that site you're talking about. So yeah, it's why we got to let it play out. And as we're sitting here speaks, something just came across my feed, what General Flynn was saying about Donald Trump really needed to hire Sidney Powell to be the Attorney General, and basically get Pam Bondi out of there. So, just pay attention, everybody. We are watching a movie and we are in an operation. So if you listen to Derek Johnson, he says that all the time. So thank you for that, Laura. Appreciate that. Southern Gal, Patty, go ahead.
Hi, both of you guys. I don't ever get to talk to you much anymore, except for on chats. But anyway, happy Thanksgiving to you both. And Field, I have a question to ask you. I need to get a hold of you. My dad had me pick something up for you from one Marine to another. And we're going to have another Marine that's 93-year-olds have Thanksgiving with us tomorrow. So pretty excited about that. So I'm going to have to get a hold of you if that's okay to be able to get this to you. Does that work for you, sir?
Yeah, why don't you call me tomorrow when we're not being recorded? Even if you record it, I don't care. But if you call me tomorrow at the number you called to get me today, actually, you didn't call to get me. Do you know my number?
Yes, sir. I do.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I knew who you were too. Yeah, just call me tomorrow anytime you want when it's convenient for you, because I will be having a Thanksgiving meal somewhere, but it might not be turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy. But
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved my digestive system and my overall health. I am so pleased with this product. It has done so much and changed my life. I recommend this product to anybody with any kind of digestive or autoimmune disorders.
I'm Dr. Sergey Sorin, Medical Director of the Shili Sorin Wellness Institute. I'm about to give you the most valuable health tip I could possibly provide. If you or someone you love is living with ongoing health challenges, or if you are simply interested in better health as you age, go to lifesavingformulas.com. There, you will learn about cellular support.
I'm not here to be a culinary artist or a food critic. I'm here to kick ass and take names. And I think I've done a fair job so far, but you ain't seen nothing yet. And that was a song by BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive. So did I come close to answering your question?
Yeah, I will call you on Friday. Like I said, I am feeding those Marines and I'm going to be hanging out with them tomorrow. So if that's okay, I can call you on Friday and get the information to send this to you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And I want to direct the attention. There's one person in my office is sleeping, the other one's awake. And for the awake guy, turn left 90 degrees and see what that circle of blue says with gold and red. Yeah, I just pointed at a decanter of whiskey. There's no whiskey in it. And that's not because I drank it. It was empty when I got it. But somebody, when I was doing the Able Danger show, heard me talk about the Marine Corps in such glowing terms, which is good because, if you pick a fight with a Marine, you're going to find out how many other guys are loyal to the Marine Corps within 30 paces. So anyway, I would look forward to speaking to you Friday. And with your permission, ma'am, I would like to turn it over to Jenny so she can say goodbye and serve her family and prepare their meal.
Sounds good. Thank you, Field and Jenny. Happy Thanksgiving, guys, to all.
Thank you, Patty. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend. All right, Field,
Bye-bye, Patty.
I have one more question here from you from Jean Thompson. Miss Jean, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead, Jean.
Hello?
Go ahead. Your mic's unmuted. Go ahead.
Am I there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
I just wanted to back Field up and say you're absolutely a badass. And I want to wish both of y'all a happy Thanksgiving and appreciate you both so much. You give me great hope every week. Love you guys.
Well, thank you for your kind word. And I don't want to correct you. I've heard that a lot about me being a badass, but I'm only a badass against people that are trying to commit treason in the United States or traffic children anywhere in the world. And so if you want to call me a badass, I consider it a compliment, but I think my profession is to kick ass. And You know, I got George H.W. Bush. I helped the White Hats accelerate his execution. Same with John McCain. He always called himself a military hero. I think he was one letter off. I think he was a military zero. And I don't miss him. And I've been to his grave. And I don't want to say on a recorded podcast what I wanted to do on his grave in Annapolis at the Naval Academy Cemetery, but it would be a sign of disrespect to the deceased. Because whether he's dead or just brain dead, I didn't give a rat's ass. He needed to go, and he's gone. So on my coffee table in my living room right now, and I've got two witnesses that have seen him, I've got two white hats. So do the math. Yeah.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you for your. Yeah, go ahead, Jenny. Thank you.
No, you're good. I've got Circo out here before I close it out. He had his hand up and I unmuted him, but I think he left and came back. Go ahead, Circo.
Hey, Jenny. Hey, Field. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm sorry. I had somebody walk up and I had to bow out for a little bit. I just the only thing I wanted to bring up, I didn't know if you'd if y'all known on this, but I wonder if Phil wanted to talk about what his title was at Able Danger, the Global Operations Director.
Yeah, that was me. And why do you? No, I hear you.
Yes, sir. I just didn't know if I didn't know if that had ever been explained in this situation, and if I guess everybody can kind of figure out what the acronym is on that.
Well, I'll explain it right now. When Able Danger started, it was me and a guy in Vancouver, British Columbia, named David Hawkins. He's now deceased, has been for 2 years. And I knew that he thought he was smart, and his IQ was around 260, I think. But I just decided to give myself a title, and it was Global Operations Director. But the reason I did that is because I work for God. And if God is for you, who can be against you? And the state of Florida and the state of Wisconsin learned the hard way that you can buy all the judges and pay all the attorneys you want, but you're not going to get me because God's already got me.
Amen.
And if that's if that were to be the last words I ever speak, I would die happy.
And amen to that too.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, that's all
Thank
I got
you.
for today.
Well-
I won't take any more time. Thank y'all so much. And thank you, Phil, and thank you, Jenny, and everybody that's fighting for this country right now, because it's a big one.
Thank you,
We're
Circo.
winning
Out.
too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Circo.
Thank you.
Yes, we are winning, Field, for sure. And everybody, with that, have a happy Thanksgiving. Field, you as well. Enjoy your family and your friends. It is the Thanksgiving holiday, so people have their family in town and all that kind of stuff. So watch for the shows next week. They may be once again sporadic because of people and their families in town, or they may be out of town with their families. So God bless you all. I appreciate and love you all. Field, I love you. God bless you. Have a great Thanksgiving. And we will talk on the backside and get you scheduled for next week.
That sounds good, Jenny. Happy Thanksgiving to you. And more importantly, God bless you.
You too, Field. God bless you. Love you all. And everybody, we'll talk to you soon. Watch for the show lineup, everybody. We'll see you guys sometime next week. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You know, I mean, it's SG's super intelligent. I'm just saying it's the flat round earth thing's a double-edged sword. You could say, well, why would we trust, scientists, this and that, and then you're going to say the Bible's manipulated. I mean, you can't. No, I'm not talking about a different Phil. I'm talking about the same Phil. In a way, the argument's kind of a stupid argument, but it's something not worth arguing about. But I couldn't give you an answer either way. I can tell you, I don't think we're alone in the universe. So that doesn't mean anything one way or another either. People could travel through realms. They could travel through space. You know, it's you can look at what any of them say. Juan will tell you it's was one of the first internet psyops that they threw out there to see who would believe it, basically. Does that make that 100% the truth? Nope. You know, I can't. I'm just, you know, none of us are equipped really to argue it. I, you know, I don't know what to say about it. I've heard some good stuff about the Grand Canyon. We watched something about that not that long ago, about the Japanese guy that excavated part of it. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to believe that people haven't been to this country before, like Egyptians and Vikings, and I'd love to know our history, but that's part of this psyop, guys. They tear down everything you thought you knew, which is also in truth because a portion of it's lies, but on the same side of things, they could tell you the truth now, but you might get a little too smart or too big for your britch. I don't know, you know. It keeps everyone in a state of circling. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's not cool for people like me that enjoy knowledge, enjoy learning, and once prided himself on the time I spent learning. And I've seen both arguments. I've also seen the guys online that they took down to the South Pole to test the sun. And of course you could say, oh, they're lying. They're just in the studio. I mean, I don't freaking know. Did Field McConnell say something about it? I don't know. Yeah, I took all that stuff, critical thinking and logical argumentation, persuasion, and debate, and classes on how to research. And I did take a lot of schooling, and you know. If I had to lean a direction, it would be the sphere Earth. But you could say, well, Gene Ho points to it being flat, but then people point to the potential that Gene Ho's a complete fraud, so I don't. Double-edged sword. I agree, Thor. And you know what? I've never done that before. I've asked God a lot of things, but never to show me. Disco, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to show you something before you go. Next time you come to Jerry's channel, I wanted to make sure you come to the right channel so you can be part of the chat next time. So that right there is what you want to type in. I think it's a hyphen. Might be a backslash. Do a poll. You can do a poll. In this poll. Round or flat? There you go. According to the time zones, everyone's on the coast. You're welcome, Disco. It was good seeing you there. I'd love to see you back. He kind of had a backup channel at one point, and then he's kind of in the same deal with me, where he's got like 2 channels going, and everybody's mostly over at the other one. Well, hang in there, Disco. I know. I seen you talking about that the other day. We're here with you. I'm here every evening, specifically so I can be with all of you and have a place where we can all hang and talk. You can always reach out to me. We're all hanging in there. I didn't feel like myself this morning either. It happens. What if the earth is crooked? Or triangle? I mean, maybe it's triangle, you know? Oh, but is it a flat triangle or is it a pyramid, you know? Hell if I know. Maybe it's a parallelogram. About 50-50, yeah. That's how a lot of arguments are on that subject. I don't know what to say. They've hidden a lot of things from us, but flat Earth, I don't know if they could hide that one. I don't know. Randall, we can watch your video if you want, or I can point it out to people so they can find it on Rumble. It's up to you, sir. The Flat Earth Clock is a great app. Huh. Yeah, I know they've done stuff with time zones and flight paths and... Yeah. Yeah, the Piri Reis map's cool. It doesn't mean that it's flat in any way, though. You know, we have a lot of ancient, old things from the explorers like that. I just don't know. I'm sure there's things about Antarctica they don't tell us by any means, but it's not worth getting angry about. I know that much. We've got some serious issues right here in our own little neighborhoods that we got to deal with, and then our counties, then our states, and then our national country stuff and the world. And if we can fix the earth, then I'll start worrying about what's happening outside of it. Well, I know I've heard the flight arguments before, but there's not a lot of major cities in the southern hemisphere like there are the northern hemisphere. There are differences, you know. You can lay down excuses in either direction and stuff. It's wild. It's an argument, but you know. Again, more about what we got to deal with right here. You know what's come. Listening to Josh, I like what he has to say. Lays out pretty straight. You know, he says there are still, whether movie or not, sleeper cells in the country. And maybe there are, and maybe they'll start shit. But I do disagree with his timetable. He thinks when it's warm. I think it's more sooner, but you know how that goes. All right, let's check out. Randall's got a video here on Rumble. It's about 9 minutes long. We're going to check out. And you can post the link, Randall, if people can subscribe if you're on Rumble. And if you're on YouTube, you can share that link too. Let's make this bigger.
Be honest. How many times have you looked in the mirror and wished your smile looked different? Now imagine fixing that in 30 seconds without a single dentist visit. Sounds...
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
You can live a very
because sitting sucks.
Getting.
Good evening, good morning, good day, wherever on earth you are. I'm R.C. Anon, and one of the things I bring to the podcasters is just an affirmation from a retired firefighter, from a public insurance adjuster specializing in fires. There are many other things in my background that don't apply to this subject. Feature, if you will, America in the 1940s that had an attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese, and the next day, hundreds of thousands of Americans went to war. 9/11, once again, many enlisted immediately after 9/11. But now we have a Hiroshima scale, scorched and flattened Lahaina. Media delivers the electrical company's the problem, and it's global warming did it. No. I was an Austin firefighter for 15 years, from 1980 to 1995. This at Lahaina was no wildfire. This time the whole world witnessed the weapon being used. This war is now visible to all of us. And a call to action. Hello? Crickets. I had to stop. I've been watching Michael Jaco. Thank you, Brother Mike. Phil Godlewski, SG Anon. The other family of broadcasters that those guys are on with. Continuously since this Lahaina thing. I'm not here to get a big audience, but I am here to speak up. And I think if all of us take the time to register what your thoughts are about this right now, put it out there. We're dealing with levels of consciousness that are destroying us, and levels of consciousness that are actually conducive to life of ourselves and those around us. And we're dealing with an attack on so many levels that our reality is so distorted that this happens in front of everybody and nothing is happening. Nobody's reacting. And the media, it's dangerous now when they say, it's global warming. Don't worry, it wasn't an attack. Well, you can't burn cars up. You don't melt engines and melt aluminum wheels all over asphalt. You can't burn up in your car to the state of skeletal remains and ashes while sitting on a road next to the Pacific Ocean on the front road in Lahaina. That ain't a wildfire. Wildfires don't start hundreds of houses at the same time, and they don't burn them completely to the ground. The temperatures involved in these are 2,000-3,000 degrees, and that doesn't happen in wildfire. When you look at the police blocking the roads from people being able to leave, and the water being shut off, and the fire chief has a heart attack, and the firemen are standing there with no water. One thing I'd like to know, too, were there any fire department casualties? The last big one of these, there was 343 in New York. Hadn't heard about that. Anyway, I just want to register and put this out that no, that wasn't a wildfire. Neither was Malibu, Santa Rosa, Paradise, Boulder, Denver, Colorado. Anywhere you've seen these cars burned and melted, those are not wildfires. That's a weapon that's already established is available. Who's running the weapon, and how do we take that over? That's going to be, we really want to know. There was word on SGAnon. He's got video of a firefight between the Marines and FEMA and the local law enforcement, where Marines were in there while the fire was going on, and there was gunfights where they were killing FEMA and the other personnel that were involved in looting and killing the natives in that area. The death toll's way wrong and being jacked with. And we also have, now they put up black fence all the way around Lahaina, all the way around there. No. Can't fly drones over there. Okay, so everybody needs to be ready. They were talking about a Black Swan event. This certainly is one of them. You think they can do better than this? If they've still got that goddamn thing that's burning us from the sky, yeah, they can. And so as the media goes on saying, yeah, time for some more masks and some more shots, and that was just global warming, we got a problem. It's time. It's time for something to start happening. And we have a faction of the military showed up with a silhouette of Trump on their shoulder patch on the Velcro. A unit that is evidently one of Trump's. Well, okay, so there's a little reveal, whatever that's supposed to mean. But we're standing here. There's a lot of us old guys, too, that can still get around, and we're ready to step in. And I fully believe that our military is in the midst of a battle that we're not seeing. We're just seeing pieces of it. This is a piece of it. Everybody buckle up. That was not a global warming fire. And we are not going back into mask. We're not going to get any more shots. And so things are coming to a head. There ain't going to be an election 2024. So God bless y'all. And we have to seek each other out and find patriots, because it's going to be our job to help explain this shit to the people that are still happy humming along. It's now gotten dangerous to not know. to not know the truth. God bless y'all. And I'll talk to you later. Randall Crow, RC Anon. This must be report number 9.
All right. Good video, Randall. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I just can't argue flat round earth. Not at this time of night. Ask me in the morning. We'll argue. I think we're not alone out there. I can tell you that. Couldn't tell you beyond that. So, your guess is as good as mine, but I'm going to go with round. You can kick me in the nuts later. Yeah, there's a lot of pills out there, isn't there, Spaz? Red pills, flat pills. It's a weird world. Anyway, I think that's all we got tonight. Blessed Patriots. His channel on Rumble's there on the screen, Tressa. I'm not sure about YouTube. But, yeah, thank you to everybody we looked at tonight. Jenny DeReed's channel, Field McConnell and Josh Reed, of course. What else? What else did we look at? What did we look at for? Derek Johnson. Good Patriots out there. We appreciate everything they do. Yeah. I hope you're all being nice to each other in the chat. Mikey. Mikey tries everything. I don't want to see anyone arguing about flat earth or round earth here. We got better things to argue about. Sure, we've watched the Follow the Cabal videos here before. We've watched quite a bit of things like that before. We circle around the things. There's a lot of good documentaries out there. I'm always open to learning about new ones too, so if you know about something good you think we'd all like to see, share it. I don't know. I'm not one to say whether we'd feel that force or not. The Earth is a massive, 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 massive object. So it's, it's a ridiculous argument. Yeah, that's all right. I take some getting to know too. All right. I will see you all tomorrow evening, and I'll probably see some of you in the morning on Jerry's channel. Hopefully, it's a good way to start the day. Pray on it, just like Thor said. Maybe you'll get your answer. Be surprised. Can we agree it's a heart shape? I'll accept that. I'll take it. I always had great debates, except one. I had one bad debate, and it was about euthanasia. It's not a topic I like to debate. Somebody else was talking about Kash Patel today. I gotta see if I still got the message. Hang on. Okay. Field McConnell said that Kash Patel is SES. What do you guys think? Wouldn't we know if he was SES? Senior Executive Service. Seems like we would, but I don't know. Field McConnell's also got some interesting things to say about J.D. Vance, but you know what? He's probably right. He's probably right. Just because Trump tells you to trust people in his administration does not mean they're good people. He told you to trust Mike Pence too, didn't he? And then he, well, it's all part of a plan, guys. It's all part of a plan. Maybe, here's the thing, you want things to be equal at the end? Well, imagine after this awakening, or stuff starts happening, the people on the right, they're going to have big expanded heads. We're right about everything. We knew it all. And then suddenly everyone on the right starts going down. Boom, 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 boom. That'll equal this up a little bit, won't it? You know, I'm just theorizing. So, no, Paul Ryan was never a part of his administration. He was Speaker of the House, and he was the governor, and he had to step down after his plan with Mike Pence was revealed. Yeah, that. Absolutely, Randall. That would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome. We are all awesome patriots here. All right. It is 12:07 my time, which means it must be 1:07 there on the East Coast, Patriots. And now for a good old hit.
It was 1989, my thoughts were short, my hair was long, caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was far from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Splashing through the sandbar, talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined upon her hair. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song, sipping whiskey out the bottle, not sweet home Alabama all summer long. Catching walleye from the dock, watching the waves roll off the rocks. She'll forever hold a spot inside my soul. We'd blister in the sun, we couldn't wait for night to come to hit that sand and play some rock and roll. While we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Seems as strange as when the leaves began to change. Oh, how we thought those days would never end. Sometimes I hear that song and I'll start to sing along and think, man, I'd love to see that girl again. Man, I'd like to see that girl again. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite songs. Whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for rights. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.